Call to order this regular meeting of the Monument Town Council, Monday, December 4th, 2023. We are going to do the pledge. We have guests with us today from Monument Troop Number 6. If the troop members would like to come up and lead us in the pledge, that would be great. Ms. Erickson, will you take roll?
Mayor LaKind,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Here.
Councilmember Romanella,
Here.
Councilmember Abbott,
Here.
Councilmember Kimple,
Here.
Councilmember Chronic,
Here.
Councilmember Fiorito.
Here.
Thank you.
Right. Before we begin, for those of you who were paying attention, last week, Palmer Ridge played in the 4A state champion against Erie. Myself and the mayor of Palmer Lake had a friendly bet with Mayor Brooks. We lost. Mayor Brooks is viewing us tonight, and so I will show the first part of the bet. And the Erie Council is invited down for a meal and milkshakes at Rosie's at their convenience. That'll be on me. Palmer Lake is lighting the star in their honor. They'll have to come down to witness it themselves. There's no cams pointing to it, but Mayor Brooks, good game, and thank you for joining us tonight. And great win by your team. Okay, as we move on, disclosures of conflict of interest is up first. And do we have any tonight? Conflicts of interest? Okay, then before us, we have a agenda and a consent agenda. Are there any modifications to the agenda?
I would like to make a motion to move 6 and 7, switch the resolutions and the ordinances, as I feel that we should just get our budget handled as a priority of town business, and that it should not take long, as all the requests we made have been followed, and our percentages are good before we have potentially long presentations and debates about other issues.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second.
We have multiple seconds. So we are going, the motion is to move resolutions number 7 over to number 6 and ordinances from number 6 to number 7. Ms. Erickson.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanella.
Yes.
All right, we're going to need a motion to approve the agenda as modified.
I'll move to approve the agenda as modified.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanella,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, number 4 is a presentation on sales tax future state options from Sophia Hassman. I'm sure the Boy Scouts are going to find this riveting.
Thank you, Council and Mayor, and I hope they do, because my son is also a Boy Scout, so he should learn something from this. Thank you for having me to talk about sales tax, the most exciting thing everybody wants to do. But really, in respect with Monument becoming home rule in 2023, you have the opportunity to self-collect your own tax and administer with a little bit more control and kind of oversight over what's going on in your town, which is growing significantly. My name is Sophia Hassman. I'm the owner of CoSalt Consulting, and I have been in business for a few years on my own, helping cities and towns statutory and home rule with all sorts of tax compliance and revenue recovery. My history is 14 years at the City and County of Denver with a very large taxpayer base and the complexity of county administered functions as well. And I understand the complexities of towns deciding between these options because you're short-staffed, you may not have anyone who's familiar with sales tax, and the processes that you need to put in place could be extensive when you don't have a program yet set up. I'm going to talk about the landscape of Colorado and some of the advantages, what the town would need to do to become self-collected, some various options and the costs for those options, considerations that go into that discussion, next steps, and offer any questions. Feel free to add questions as I go. So the landscape of Colorado is a mix between home rule and statutory jurisdictions, about 100 to 170, total 270 jurisdictions. In the Colorado Tax Department of Revenue, there's actually over 400 jurisdiction codes where taxes are calculated and reported. And so there's different codes for regional transportation districts, the El Paso districts and special areas that are also counted in some of the complexity of tax filings. Right now, 68 jurisdictions out of the 100 self-collect, and that seems to be growing. Sometimes it goes down only because cities and towns don't necessarily have the capacity or people to do it. So you have to have a commitment to the process. And then, so out of the total, that's about 32% of the total self-collect and self-administer their own taxes. And the state collects the rest and then distributes the money out to the jurisdictions. I will also explain about those codes and the multiple filings a little bit later in the presentation if you have more questions. There are many benefits to self-collection. The slide's a little small, but it just allows you to have a good handle on who's doing what in your business community. Also, there's remote sellers. You can kind of understand who is a marketplace facilitator, which is someone like an Amazon or an eBay that might be collecting for orders made into your town. And then there's also local, or I'll say Colorado-based businesses that do sales into monuments. So there's kind of 3 levels, in town, people who come in town, and then people who ship to the town. You have a really better oversight on the revenue collection and more frequent funding. So right now, I think the state provides you the money 2 months behind the actual economic activity when the taxes were collected by the retailers. And that also creates some delay, I'm sure, in funding things that you need because you may not know what's coming next from the state. You'd have enhanced tax compliance options tailored to your business community. So if you want to have, a real strong arm on making sure that, contractors are doing what they're supposed to be doing, or retailers are all on the same page and it's a level playing field, you have that control. And then there's options for additional revenue streams. You can ask for people to voluntarily disclose issues that they have to you. You can go in and investigate their business and potentially recover revenue that hasn't been collected in the past. You also have the opportunity to identify who you want to audit. So if there is someone that is out of compliance, you can do that versus currently at the state, you have to ask the state and get someone to approve that they're going to be assigned to audit a monument issue is less likely than someone they'll audit for the entire state's business issues. So, and typically towns and cities see an incremental increase in revenue over time. So you may have a cost initially to get the program set up and running, but over time it's been shown that a lot of home rule cities have more control over the revenue and have more revenue recovery themselves. So to get there, you have to have a sales and use tax municipal code written that includes all the administrative functions that a town would need to take on. You also need to have very detailed information to the public, especially the business community that would be now filing another return besides their state return. And you'd have to have that customer service base to answer their questions about monument-specific taxes. We'd have to work with the state to transition the data and the reporting. And the data that the state has is quite extensive. And it's complex, and I'll explain why that is. We'd also need an education plan for the businesses and get a system to take all the returns in. We can't do it manually in 2024 or 2023 anymore. From the state data, they currently have about 20,000 lines of data a month. You do not have 20,000 businesses reporting to Monument, but even if you have a fraction of that, it's still more than anyone can handle, without a system in place or people running the system. So I think we can go to the next. So once you go live, and the estimated dates, I forgot to mention, was that to set up the program and get the budget for the program set up, I'd imagine that you need at least 6 months. Then you always want to change to a self-collection mechanism on the first of a quarter. So July 1st would be the first return that would be due in August or potentially in October, depending on what type of business they are and how big they are. They may need to file monthly, quarterly, or annually, but that way they can understand, okay, I need to now file with Monument and I'm not a quarterly filer that's in the middle of a quarter. So we have to go in this proposed plan, it's July 1st, which is the beginning of the third quarter of 2024. With that, you'd have someone operating the business system, onboarding new businesses, providing a plan for education, running a system for collections, return processing, reporting compliance. Delinquency reports is people who haven't filed or paid and following up on that after the return is due. Dealing with assessments and appeals. So that's another process that needs to be put into place within the ordinance. But if you make an assessment on someone who hasn't paid their taxes, they have due process to go through an administrative hearing or appeal to the state of Colorado. Got to get a customer service thing set up, of course, to answer questions and process things that come up. Incorporate the returns from the SUTS filing. SUTS is the Colorado Sales and Use Tax Centralized Tax Portal. It is used extensively by remote sellers, but it was set up in 2021 to be one place to simplify sales taxes. You can't just use the SUTS system because it's not meant for the administration. It's just meant for people to go in and file all the jurisdictions they need to, and the SUTS system pushes that money out to the jurisdictions and the returns out to the jurisdictions. But that taxpayer can't go in and file a refund. They can't file an amendment. It's just simply a payment portal for that initial return. But if you are getting those filings directly, then you know who also is operating and collecting taxes in your city. Amended return processing is something that comes in when people say, I messed up, I need to redo it. So that can come 1 month, 2 months, or many months after they originally file. Returns and refunds, and business license processing. So all of that kind of goes in hand with the sales tax compliance process and the administration phase that needs to happen. I'm talking really fast, I feel like. Okay. Once you get a handle on regular business activity, people starting to file in your system, and really good data from the state, hopefully, then you can have the ability to explore audits of businesses, have maybe more capacity for construction use tax compliance, lodging taxes, voluntary disclosures. There's a lot of room for growth of potential revenue streams. And we estimate that would be in 2025 after the first 6 months of being on a new system and running that system process. So how do we approach this? Well, there's the first option, no change, just keep getting what you get from the state. Second, third, and fourth options are, hiring internal staff plus the GovOS tool. And we specifically said GovOS because that system automatically is the same and coordinates with the SUTS filings. So you get that data in immediately instead of having to get the SUTS data and then in turn translate it to a whole nother system. So it's a tool that helps you service both sides of where you'd get the money in from. And then the third option could be hiring a third party to do the full service for you. So you would be basically, it would be outsourced, and they would have, a link on your town page to their portal. They would answer your tax questions for you, et cetera. And then there's a hybrid solution, which we're proposing is the GovOS software is purchased by the town, and then a third-party administrator runs it for a period of time, hopefully get you up and running and go forward. And I offered my company to do that. So I'd like to go over the options, but are there any questions on the background? Yeah.
Yes, real quick for, just to understand, what are the training and or certification requirements if we do it internally? And what's the maintenance of those certifications if we go with internal staff?
Right. Well, I think the certifications, you do not have to have a CPA running this. In most towns and cities, there are people who are CPAs who run it, and they're called revenue administrators or sales tax administrators. They also generally have at least one staff person for your size. And I think it's hard for them to kind of manage some of the volume depending on how things go. But you'd have to have them and make sure that they're trained on sales tax, especially in the state of Colorado with the home rule and state complexities. It's not just as easy as, yeah, that it's taxable all the time here and it's black and white. It's everything is gray except for exemptions is what we say in the sales tax world. So training them would have some significant cost as well if they weren't up to speed, and then just knowing the town code very well would take some time. So it could delay your length of, go forward process or even actionable points, because you could have a lot of data coming in and you don't know what it is. But I think you'd need at least one revenue administrator, and then, a staff person to support them. So 2 salaries plus benefits. I think in this option 2, we put in the administrator estimate as $130,000 salary, and other staff resources would be $65,000. And then the training of the staff was $25,000. And that would be kind of year 1. Now, CGFOA and CTAC, which is Colorado Tax Audit Coalition, provides a lot of free education for tax. But if you're hiring someone who has no training in that, then you may need to send them to GFOA events in other states to get, kind of a finance background in government accounting and government revenue systems. So that's kind of an estimate of 25,000 for that initial year. And then the implementation costs for the first year, that includes your legal fees for ordinance drafting, the setup fees, consulting for getting the system up and running, any other types of implementation fees of the new system that may need to coordinate with your payment processor. And so that's our estimate of the 96,000 for the first year. And then the software cost, they have a built-in CPI increase in their cost every year. So it starts off at 28,840, I think that says. It's a little small, but then it keeps going up. And I think it's a 3-year contract commitment. So, if you go forward with any of those third-party mechanisms, you're going to have, some of that commitment for a while to be saying, yep, we're ready to be self-collected. Did that answer your question? Great. Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple,
Great.
not based on these numbers, but it's hard to determine what we get from the state, whether or not that's a real number or not.
Sure.
And the maps change, and sometimes we've seen maps that aren't current with what we have here in the town as we annex property and things like that. So, it's a little bit of an unknown that we don't know what we're going to collect or not. But in addition to that, we also have an IGA where we do some revenue sharing. And that would be a cost to us to process that. And if it's in the revenue sharing mechanism, is that also charged to the person or the entity that we share revenue with? How would that typically work out?
I am not directly familiar with your revenue sharing agreement and how the costs of that work, but I think that you
I
currently.
can answer that. We would share the expenses along with them
Okay.
on that. Yep. Definitely. And they know that.
And even with like the PIFs and things like that, is that part of that? We're collecting PIF money as well?
I don't know any area where we're collecting PIF money in their area.
Well,
Well,
Falcon.
Falcon has a PIF, and if we started taking on collections for the pilot and Quick Trip, would that include the PIF and then us having to pay it out?
We'll have to find that out because I know currently the PIF is paid directly to the developer from Pilot.
What about like the RTA?
The only area, go ahead. Yeah, the only area in Monument, I think that we collect that RTA funding is collected within the town is in Village Center
In Willow Springs.
in Willow Springs. So I think that would be paid by the state, not us.
Yeah.
Okay.
So any of those special districts that are set up directly with the state, which is the RTA, that would continue to be paid through the state and administered through the state. Unless you have another agreement that comes forward where the RTA wants you to monitor it for you. But because they're in multiple jurisdictions, they probably will keep going with the state level. And then your, IGA agreement, that's an internal type of special district. So it's not something that the state specifically collects for right now. But your town is, monitoring how much of revenue comes from those businesses and sending that back to them, from my understanding.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Yeah, of course. Any other questions? Okay. I talk fast, so you gotta put your hand up or something.
You talk faster.
Oh, okay, I'll talk faster. Okay. A local gov is our next option, number 3. And I think with that, that's an completely outsourced program. They would do audits, they would answer phone calls, they would do all the return processing. Their system does not operate with the SUTS system, so that would have to be a different process for them to kind of upload that data. which they're unfamiliar with at the time, but they said that they would include it in our cost proposal. So the cost proposal for them is a per return value, and they would charge per return. We got them to give us a discount on the $0 returns, and then have a per return dollar fee that's a little bit higher for processing. And they have a small implementation cost for year one. I'm going to just back up real quick. The numbers in this estimate is about 10,738 returns per month. So how we got there was looking at the 20,000 lines of data from the state, and that is in multiple lines, only because sometimes they're reporting for the RTA monument area, sometimes they're reporting for regular monument area, and then there's even a third or a fourth code that the state used or allowed people to use in their filings. What that means is it's not 4 returns per monument, it's 1 return per monument from that business, but the state counts it as 4 separate things to bucket out the state apportioned taxes for those special districts. So summarizing that 20,000 lines down was about 10,000 returns. The 7,000 could be from a point in the system where you file in Colorado and you put in your various town information, you click a button saying file all others as 0. So they could file 400 jurisdictions as 0 with a click of a button. Those people may not have anything to do with monument. It may be a business, you know, in Erie, for example, that operates up north and just hit that file, everything else is 0. So really we need to get a better handle on the return number. A town like our city like Inglewood has about 3,500 returns a month. But for the proposal here, we put in the 10,000 because we don't know what we're going to get, especially for the first, 6 months or few months that we operate. We don't know how many people and how many jurisdictions are outside a monument. You have a good number inside, you can count the businesses and the business licenses you already have, but all those other types of businesses that are coming in are kind of unknown, except for the extent we can say we have names, phone numbers, and addresses we can follow up with from the state data. So that's how we got to the 10,000. So the total cost for this third option with this local gov company is proposed at $457,000, and the break-even revenue point would have to be a 3.68% increase in your tax revenue to break even in the first year. And then, the next year they have the first year is only for 6 months plus the implementation timeframe, and the second and third year are full years in the calendar. And those are about a 7% revenue break even increase that would be needed. This option also would have an ACH fee that's passed to the business filing the return. So if they say I want to pay by credit card or I want to pay by e-check, there's a small fee associated with that, and that's passed along to the business. You can, as a town, decide not to pass that to the business, but that's another expense you'd have to appropriate budget for. Okay, option 4 is using the return basis and the GovOS system, which is the $28,000 starting point. And then it proceeds upward, but that would be in conjunction with my company, and we would process your returns at $1 per 0 return, $4 per dollar return, and then there's an implementation fee and still the town implementation cost of the first 6 months of getting things ready to go. The second and third years, there's also an audit budget of 100 hours proposed for auditing businesses starting in 2025. So the total for this cost in the first year is estimated to be $228,000. If you do not have 10,000 returns a month, then the cost will go down. If you have more, it could be more than that, but I doubt you have more than 10,000, even 5,000 or 3. I don't want to be quoted, but looking at other big cities, it just seems like it's a huge volume coming from the state. So that's kind of the outline here. The break-even revenue point on this proposal is under 2% for the first year, and then a little over 2% for the following years. I think we have a summary slide of all of them coming up. Yep. So the first year, option 0 or option 1 is do nothing. Option 2 is hire internal staff and get the system up and running. Option 3 is a completely outsourced, and option 4 is a combo of the internal thing and it would be basically administered by my company on behalf of the town. So any questions on those before I go to the next part? Okay. So Colorado has lots of jurisdictions that I talked about. Those allocate the monies to all the special districts and things in the state. Monument has currently 3 to 4 in the state database. So there's potentially 4 returns from an Amazon coming to you if they fill out those separate buckets. So that if they fill out the RTA area, there's a return for Monument. If they fill out the regular Monument area, there's another return. And then there's a couple that were called the Monument PIF area. They have a return associated with that, but it is, again, those monies are going to be paid by the people in the PIF to the contractor, not directly to the state of Colorado, but the state is kind of monitoring that as well. And then there's another area that's called the BREDA. BREDA. Okay, yeah. The PPRTA, which I believe is not necessarily used anymore, but it is still a return code on the state database. So you're getting 4 returns here when in actuality, they only owe Monument 1. You have 1 tax rate, then you decide where they go internally based on their location code in the system. So that's where the 20,000 returns comes down to 10,000 or less. So, the ideal future state is that you have good control. You have 1 return per account for the town of Monument. You have a combination of your business license data and the state data to get a list of the compliance businesses that need to be monitored. You have closer monitoring of the return data, better hand and eyes on the tax revenues, and making sure they're collected accurately, and then maximizing the town revenue potential with the dedicated resources to your business needs. So that's all I have.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How does that equate to a difference in the time element? You talked about it takes 2 months to get the money from the state. How does this compare?
Yeah.
Any
so-
one of these?
Sure. So with like the GovOS system, you would get the return money in your bank within 2 days, I believe. So if they file the return today is, what is it? The 5th? It's the 4th, sorry. I'm jumping in. If you file it today on the 4th, it goes through a batch processing, it gets into your bank, it's a direct connection. So the clearing time is usually 2 days, maybe on some larger ones, it might take longer, but you're gonna have the money in the bank the same month the return is due. And then sometimes, if you have them all file online, if you allow any manual filings, it's gonna take some time, but recognizably you'll have the money right away, and then realizing it and reporting it out, you can have it a month sooner. So in the state's example, for December, the December return is due on January 20th. They're not going to send you the money until February 20th, even though they have the money on January 20th. So in this case, you're getting the money on January 20th or earlier if they're filing before the 20th. if that makes sense.
So what's our net after we were to choose option 4, for example? What is our net from our sales tax?
So this is based on your 2022 totals. You collected 12,429,000 and 65 cents. So taking out the 228,000, you're about 12,228,000, and then taking out the Baptist Road area because that's, sent over to that.
So we provide to Thriveview about 12% of our returns of our collection of sales tax. About 40% goes to the general fund.
Yeah, but what is our sales tax? 3.5?
Yes,
Okay, so what is the
So
net?
point-
What does it come out to minus the expenses of this system? Is it 3.25, 3.15? Not
Oh,
worried
you
about the
want
split.
percentages. I mean, she just said about 2% will cost to be self-collect. So that's gonna be, I don't know, I don't have that percentage, but I can calculate if you
So-
give me a few minutes.
But what you're saying is we collect 12.5 million
But not
minus 228
right.
to go to the option 4.
But then Thriveview will share a
Right.
portion of the cost, so that
But before,
collection.
but before that, so 12.5 minus 228, 230, so it's
That's gonna be
12.2
12.2, yeah.
before we start.
Right. Before we
Dividing.
start splitting and all that. Okay.
Mhm.
So you've done this a lot, so what's your experience? We had one municipality that told us that they got a once they went to self-collect, they got a fair amount of extra revenue that the state wasn't giving them. So we have to make up 2.5% roughly to just break even. So what's your experience on self-collecting versus state as far as an increase in revenue goes?
It depends on how many resources you put towards it. But I've seen an average of 5 to 8% and then all the way up to maybe a 15% increase. It does take some time to get things rolling. So it might take some time to notify those businesses and a partnership with the state to make sure they're communicating also and not accepting returns on your behalf, which is sometimes what happens in the interim. But good communication to the community can really help increase that. And then when hey, so-and-so pays, $5,000 a month and they missed a $5,000, but they paid a zero on time to the state, that doesn't become a red flag to the state for the municipality that's, just one out of many. But if you have person's eyes on that, you can immediately say, hey, that person normally pays us 5,000. We need to be calling them this month because what happened? So, eyes on the delinquency process and deficiencies, I think can really increase and cut down the cost of self-collecting because you're recovering that revenue. Now, I'll give you a big number. When I was with the City and County of Denver, my audit group was 52, and I ran the group. They had $30 million in revenue recovery every year. We had a whole nother group that had $30 million of revenue recovery just from the return delinquencies. So that was about 10% of our total budget. We had a $650 million budget. And so we collected about 10% of that every year. I don't know what we were before that because we've been collecting self as long as the state has, but that type of eyes on the page to your business can be very significant. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Any
So-
other questions?
I just have one quick one for Mona. What do you think of this, Mona?
So in the next steps, actually, obviously it's gonna be a little bit more work for us, especially in the first maybe couple of years, because we have to implement a new system. It's a sales tax GovOS, and then we need to work with, depending on what options. So it's going to be a little bit more work for us, resolutions, making sure our attorney goes through the contracts and everything. I mean, I'm kind of torn. I think if we are deciding to move on, we recommend option 4 because I don't. So I spoke with a lot of finance directors from a lot of municipalities, and their problem is they can hire enough staff specialized in sales tax. And they also see a high turnover rate because they're stealing from each other municipalities. And hence why we recommended option 4 if we decide to move forward with self-collect, because it's extremely difficult to hire, it's very competitive, you have to pay them high salaries, and you may invest in training and they may leave in 6 months. There's so many jobs opportunities. If you look for what jobs are available, probably 60% are auditors, sales tax collection and whatnot. So it's very difficult to keep staff, and having somebody with experience, perhaps we're gonna be a little bit more smarter and learn from Sophia, and perhaps we can go to option 2 or, hiring staff. But at least for where we are right now, I think it's good to have a hybrid approach and not go all out if we decide to go self-collect.
And if we do this and it doesn't work out, we can always go back to state collect, correct?
Correct.
So-
It's just,
And some municipalities have decided to do that.
yeah,
They found
so-
out that it's not as successful as they thought it would be. And most of those municipalities were smaller municipalities, right?
yes, so there are at least 3 municipalities who went back from self-collect after being decades self-collect to state collect, and they're about the same size as us. And I asked them why, and they said they just can't afford to pay all this cost you have seen. And also, the auditors, our financial auditors, they're going to dig into another process we now have. And so there are more complications, and they decided it's better for them because they have not, it looks like for them, it's going to be less expensive to go with the state. And it takes about a month and a half, I'm sorry, not 2 months, but about a month and a half to get the money in the bank from the state. Maybe a decade ago, it used to take about 6 months to get the money in the bank. So now the state has become a little bit better. So some municipalities has decided I can live with that. I can wait for a month and a half, but not have all these expenses. But then at the same time, just like Sophia mentioned, you kind of give away some opportunities to do audits. You have new developments. It takes a while until the state includes those sales tax collections. So, you can argue both ways.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Is there any data that shows how much was collected before versus how much in reality should have been collected that the municipality was missing out on? So you can kind of gauge what, if it costs you X to get here, are we making up some kind of a fictitious number? Do we have any idea what that number is?
Sure.
How would we generate that kind of information?
So a little bit from the state data. I mean, the state does some audits, but you imagine the state's taxpayer base is 200,000 at least. So they do some audits, and if they were to recover monument revenue in their audits, that would be part of your basis that would come back into your jurisdiction. Or if they collect an outstanding return that's due for a monument, that would be coming through in your filings. And there are past due filings in the regular month's data that I've seen in there. But most of the time it's not, it's not as significant. But what they wouldn't catch is if someone files a 0 and they normally don't file zeros, but it's on time, their system's going to say, yep, they filed a return. And so for your jurisdiction, they may not catch that, hey, I need to go back and look at this particular return out of 200,000 that happened. And then I don't know if you can go backwards in the state and ask for more detail on the audits that they do and see, are they auditing for your town directly right now? I mean, I think it'd have to be a big red flag from what I know. Because when I was in auditing in Denver for 14 years, I hardly ever saw a company that was going through a state audit that they said, oh yeah, we're being audited by the state too. Like, no, it just wasn't coincidental that, their base is so large that they may not be specifically focused on helping your town. And that didn't really answer your question, but
Well, in reality, what I'm hearing you say is that there's no way for us to know whether or not we're getting all the money that we should be getting, and there's no way to quantify that so that we have a comparison.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have one really quickly. So, option 4, it says hybrid. Yeah, it's fine. The hybrid version, would it still require someone from the town to also manage the software once it gets installed on the system? How does that work?
So ideally, I think we were thinking that I would run the software, my company would run it, we would run the delinquency reports, we'd provide the reports to the finance department. And then we would send the delinquency notices, under the guise of we're a partnership with Monument, we're doing this on your behalf. And then so, I'd have access, but the town would also have access if they needed to. But the expectation is that the town currently doesn't have staff to add to the responsibilities. So I would be stepping in as like a ex parte town person to help you with this process and run it for you, like a sales tax administrator position would do.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Is this system in the cloud? This
Yes.
GovOS, this is not something that you're maintaining locally?
I-
You don't know? But because if there's infrastructure required here, it's going to cost a whole lot more than a licensing fee.
I can reach out to them and ask this question. Thank you for thinking of this.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have a public hearing item regarding a new liquor license for Local Landing LLC. Ms. Erickson?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight I bring you a Colorado liquor license application for a new hotel and restaurant for Local Landing LLC, DBA Local Landing at 491 West Highway 105, Suite 104. The application was filed on October 25th, 2023. On November 22nd, 2023, the notice of public hearing was published in the Tri-Lakes Tribune. On November 22nd, 2023, it was posted on the premise. There has not been within 2 years preceding the date of application a denial of an application by either the state of Colorado or liquor license authority for the town of Monument for the same class license at the same location or within 500 feet of the same location. From the evidence submitted, the applicant is entitled to possession of the premise where the applicant proposes to exercise the license being applied for. The selling of alcohol beverages for consumption on the premise in the manner proposed in the application is not in violation of the Town of Monument Municipal Code or other applicable laws, rules, or regulations of the Town of Monument, County of El Paso, or State of Colorado. The building where the applicant proposes to exercise a privilege of alcohol beverages for consumption on the premise is not within 500 feet from a public or private school or the principal campus of any college, university, or seminary. All officers, directors, general partners, and managing members with ownership of 10% or more in the applicant and the registered manager have submitted individual history records and fingerprints for the conduct of background checks as required. An inspection of the premise will be conducted prior to the issuance of a license to confirm the diagram was submitted accurately. Tonight here is Angela, Jeffrey, and Daniel to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, the applicant, is there going to make a presentation or
No, they're just here.
You have?
Daniel, you have anything that you want to add?
No, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer any questions, but. otherwise-
Anybody? You know where it's going?
Yeah, I count on the map.
Yeah, I would like to, could you explain to everyone, here's some questions coming to you. Can you explain to those in public and those online, where new hotel and restaurant,
Local.
Uh,
landing.
local landing LLC is at?
Good evening, council members, mayor, staff. My name is Jeff, with Local Landing. The liquor license for the hotel and restaurant would be where the previously was occupied by Ramen Shop next to the State Farm and Starbucks right on Highway 105 right here in Monument. Was that your question on the location?
Yeah.
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 It was previously a restaurant. At one point, they did have a beer and wine license some time ago. They let that go. And then when we recently leased the place contingent on getting a liquor license, we're here before you tonight to seek that license.
And just to be clear, since you said it and people will hear you, this is not a hotel.
Yeah.
It is not a hotel. That's the way the state
Right,
preferences
right.
licenses.
Okay, this is no questions for the applicant. This is a public hearing item. So if there are any people online or here locally that would like to speak for or against this applicant's liquor license, we're going to let them have an opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hayes.
Terry Hayes with the Tri-Lakes Chamber of Commerce. I've known these, although they're not very talkative right now, they normally are. I've known them for a very, very long time. Dan happens to sit on our board, is very conscious of how strict we are with our liquor and serving and tip certified and all of that stuff. And I know, and I've known Angie is the one that's really going to be running this, and she is fantastic. And I know that they're going to do everything properly that they can. And I know that they're going to follow the rules. And I know that they're going to actually have a really great addition to the town of Monument. And I think it'll be a fun place to go. So I recommend that you approve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here in the town hall area that would like to speak for or against? Okay, Will, anybody online?
I see no one online, Mayor.
Okay, and I will bring it back to the council for further discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the liquor license.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second regarding a new hotel and restaurant liquor license for Local Landing LLC, doing business as Local Landing, located at 491 West Highway 105. Ms. Erickson.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanello,
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that motion passes 7-0. Congratulations. What is your expected opening date? If we base it on how long it took to get the liquor license in, okay. Are you running internet to it? Is that the problem? Okay. All right, thank you very much. Yeah. Next up is, we have a festival permit for Colorado Brewers LLC. Ms. Erickson.
Colorado Brewers Group LLC has applied for a festival permit to hold a 2-day festival on December 15th and December 16th, 2023 at 16240 Old Denver Highway. And this is going to be like in the corner of the parking lot of the ice rink. The application was filed on November 14th, 2023. From the evidence submitted, the applicant is a qualifying license type to obtain such permit. And the applicant has permission to use a proposed location for the festival within the areas of the diagram permitted or diagram provided. And staff recommends approval of the festival permit for Colorado Brewers Group LLC. And I do have Chris right here if you guys have any questions for him. He's the applicant.
He's the applicant. Okay. Excellent. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about your festival you are holding.
Yeah, thanks for having me and considering this. So this is part of the Ugly Sweater Hockey Tournament. They approached us and asked to have a beer garden on site. And with the newer alcohol beverage festival license, we are allowed to do that during the hockey tournament. So we're going to be on the grassy area just east of the ice rink. We will have a boundary requiring all alcohol consumption within that boundary. We'll have tip certified servers, making sure that responsible serving is followed. That type.
Any questions?
Yeah, are you gonna have a tent or something?
Yeah, we'll have a tent. We have a
Okay.
beer trailer to serve draft beer, as well as perhaps some wine and maybe some glue vine, depending on electrical
Weather permitting.
weather permitting. That's right. We hope for cool, but not freezing temperatures.
This is a multi-day event.
It is. It's a Friday and Saturday, just during the hockey tournament.
And what are the hours? of
Those
the-
off the top of my head, is it? Sorry, that's on the application. I didn't commit that to memory.
Again, the reason why I'm asking so everybody hears what
Sure.
what the hours are.
Read it on the 15th and 11 to 7 on the 16th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing item. Is there anybody here that would like to speak for or against this festival application? Okay, seeing none. Anybody online, Will? Jeff is here and he's our planner. Jeff, you have something to say? Oh. Okay. All right, so seeing no public comments, we'll bring it back to the council for further discussion or motion.
I'll move to approve the festival permit application for Colorado Brewers Group LLC for the event to be held at 162040 Old Denver Highway on the 15th and 16th of December.
Second.
All right, everybody's eager to get to the Ugly Sweater Festival. Ms.
Hey.
Erickson.
Councilmember Romanella,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that motion passes 7-0. We're going to take 5
Mayor-
minutes.
If I could just have 1 second before we take a break, because I want to go back to a presentation, if you'll allow me.
Sales tax?
Yes, real quick. Okay. I did do some research and just to answer your question, the sales tax collections done by GovOS are cloud-based.
Yes, I saw.
Yeah, I sent that to you. So, but also at the same time, staff would like some directional next steps. What would you like the next
I
step
would like
to
to
be?
bring it up in 2024.
Okay.
Anybody else good with us talking about this again at the beginning of 2024?
So first meeting in February?
Sure, well, with staff recommendations.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you, sir.
Okay, now we'll take 5 minutes because it's going to get long after that. So this will give a opportunity for our Boy Scout guests to vacate and get some refreshments. Thank you. We are back. Steve getting coffee. We're not getting coffee. And I'm glad everybody's here. We're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is going to be resolutions. First resolution 59/2023, resolution affirming participation in the Loop Water Authority project. I would like to make a motion to continue this resolution indefinitely. The Loop Authority is in no way ready to present to us. Is there any discussion, or do I hear a second?
Can I
Yeah,
ask a question?
we have discussions to make.
Well, not so much on this resolution, but are we ever gonna talk about NDS?
NDS was here. This is about a motion.
Okay,
We'll
all right.
Stick to the motion.
Second.
So still had a question.
You have a question about this motion?
So we're saying the resolution affirming participation. Can I get clarification on the definition of participation in the Loop Water Authority? What does that mean?
Mr. Foreman?
So what it would mean is that if you decided to go this direction, it would include more investment in the Loop project. And so we would continue doing that. As we have currently, we've put in $250,000 to work on the design, and most of that will be repaid through the $4 million grant that was given to us through the county, which is a reimbursement grant. And it would be to continue the design
Okay, so
of the Loop project.
understood that, but my next question is, we're continuing participation. What is the return for investment by doing this? By taking other actions?
So
We're still waiting for this group, these different agencies to come together to give us definitive answers
right,
that we've waited for over a year.
right. And
And
so
at some point in time, it's time to cut the string and move on, because the town of Monument, the residents, deserve better. To
To-
move on, to take other actions to assure that we have solidified our water plan and backup.
So, and I've explained this to the mayor previously. You can make that decision.
Conversations.
Yeah, you can make that decision today that you want to go with NDS. And that would be a short-term decision that you can make. Or you could wait until you get all of the data in front of you to where you could look at NDS and the Loop side by side with all of the data, so that you can make a decision that's good for all the citizens for the entirety of a contract.
Well, even,
Can I add, I'm along with you here.
Yes.
When is the new consultant for the Loop Authority going to have the data that we can add to the comparison against NDS?
We don't know that right now. We hope that it will be done sometime between February and March. They were prepared to come to you in January and give you an update on those numbers, but they're not going to come in here and give you a bunch of fluff that they can't back up with data. And so until they get that data, until they get the design completed, until they figure out where the right of way is going to be, you have the option. NDS is ready to go.
So
They
my-
are at our front door. And if you want to make that decision today, you can make that decision today. And then you would be leaving out the opportunity to go with the Loop when they have their numbers, say it's 6 months from now.
so I disagree with that, because they said that we can join in at a later date as well at one of their presentations?
You can, but you could also join in with NDS at a later date. You don't have to make any decision today. There's no decision required today. And-
The only difference is that the NDS is gonna push water in July of next year,
Mhm.
which means that Town of Monument could have theoretically reusable water next year, as opposed to
Renewable.
renewables, thank you,
And meet,
sometime in the future.
what's in the comprehensive plan about what the residents want is a combined water agency. I'm just, so. we're gonna-
I'm in agreement with you. And the other thing is that, again, last year, there was no discussion about 3 more wells coming online this year. And now we're up to 13 wells. I don't remember a single budget line item that said we're going to do 3 more wells. We've had to fix wells. And then all of a sudden this year, it's like, we're going to do 11, 12, and 13. The whole goal is to get off wells, and yet we installed 3 more. So
They were approved by the council, I want to say.
they were, but only because we were sort of given no choice. We needed more wells. We needed more water. I don't remember last year us being told when we did budget for last year, I don't recall it being a line item of 3 more wells, like we needed 2 more trucks. I remember 2 more trucks. I don't remember 3 more wells. So that, because you had the money to do it in the water fund, it's okay. But the whole idea is to get off the wells.
Well,
Reduce
I just like to clarify that we came to council and we gave you the option to drill 3 more wells, and you approved that option.
Yes, and the con statements are always, the sky is falling if we don't do a water project, especially needing wells. Just like every overage of the water tank project was, if we don't do this, we're not going to get the water tank up. So I am in agreement with Councilmember Kimple that we need to make a decision sooner than later.
And I'm also basing my decision on this from when the loop a year ago came with numbers. And I used that data. And when they came and did a second or third presentation, we asked about those numbers. Well, that might not be accurate. It might be a little bit less, but it was still far more than the Northern Delivery System. And then there's another problem. My other question that I have, while we're pumping money into this Loop Water Authority, is if we did vote on this and we did go this route, are 2/3 of the town now going to have to pay for the loop?
No.
So we're going to still divide. So 2/3 of the town's not going to have to pay for this. So now you're talking about the west side of the town of Monument absorbing an enormous cost.
Just their proportional cost. The proportional
loop
cost
is
for
an
the west side of the
authority.
town.
It's not.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. Because it's an authority. So now we're going to have to appoint someone to be on there that we don't have total control of that situation.
But we don't have control in the NDS, the rates. Colorado Springs controls the rates of the water. We're going to be at their mercy at some point.
It's going to be the same for there's going to be fees. One way or another, there's going to be fees. And they're not going to go astronomically out
The way the contract is written for the NDS is if CSU raises the rates within CSU, then they can raise the rates for the NDS. But they cannot raise the rates for the NDS independent of CSU customers. So if CSU customers get an increase, NDS gets an increase, not the other way around.
Right. And interestingly enough, the NDS would not impact customers that live in Monument that are attached to Woodmore.
Correct.
So then you're talking about a third pulled out, right? They would be dependent on whatever the loop does. So Woodmore Water has 350 homes, 400 homes
presently
that are in the town of Monument proper.
Right.
Right. So just one development.
I would like to pose to the council that we as a council make a decision preferably soon and tell Triview and the Loop we're going with A or B. Yes. We've kicked this can down the road. We're going to continue kicking the can down the road. We're going to continue drilling wells because we're going to need to if we don't have a renewable water source. And oh, by the way, if and when we do get finally a renewable water source, those wells have to be kept active. So right now we've got 13 wells that we have to keep active, even when on a probably rotational basis, whatever it is, we have to keep them active. So because it costs a boatload of money to deactivate them, trust me. So the more wells we drill, the more wells we have to keep active even after we get a renewable water source or a system. So the sooner we can embark on a renewable water system, the better the whole town of Monument will be. So if it's not today, if it's too soon, whatever, if it doesn't fall within the guidelines of whatever the rules are, then January, I want this council to make a decision on a renewable water system, please. Thank you.
So,
Okay, now I seconded this motion.
well,
And the reason I did is because I'm feeling like we're being held hostage, and that bothers me a lot.
right, so I think we keep the motion on the floor to be indefinite, or we can put the motion and change it to what day is the first meeting? January what?
Second.
So if we change it to January 2nd, we give the Loop Authority till January 2nd to come up with their numbers. If they don't come up with their numbers, we can then make the motion to go along with the NDS.
I'd rather make the motion. But I've waited. I've dedicated time coming in early for briefs and presentations all year. And they're still doing research. I'm doing research and I'm reading that there's problems and issues with
Mr.
things that are
Hang on, our attorney has something.
Yeah, I appreciate the desire to make a decision perhaps on the NDS tonight, but
It's not on the agenda.
it's not on the.
Yeah, I don't feel
So
good
we
about that
have
at all.
to-
The public wasn't made
We'd
aware.
have to put that on
At
the
all.
agenda.
Right, so
Yeah, I would, no way.
Okay, I'd like to just jump in here for a minute because I do a lot of research on water, and as I'm, Marco does too, and I appreciate that. I've gotten a lot of help from him. However, my understanding is, Mr. Foreman, we're going to have an emergency interconnect with Triview anyway, correct?
There is an opportunity. They're bringing the water line underneath I-25 all the way to Connexus Development. And where the new road is going to be, there'll be a tie-in there and we could tie in to our system. We put money in the budget for that for 2024.
Okay, so that gives us a temporary solution, if nothing else. The NDS system at current state will not provide 100% renewable water for the west side of town. The loop will provide that as far as I've heard so far. And the NDS system, we cannot have any water discharging north of the divide without getting complicated on changing water credits and what other things we need to do. The loop system also, if we look at the northern part of the county as a whole, and we think about our neighbors also, Woodmore and probably Cherokee and probably Denala are going to need permanent renewable water sources as well. And so if we look at this as we're all in it together, that, long term from now, people might look back and go, yeah, that was a really smart decision or it wasn't, but at least we're getting more people on the system. I'm on the fence 100% with this because I have no idea how much this thing is going to cost. I mean, it's going to boil down to how much is it going to cost. And I would prefer to wait till we get some numbers in there because I don't feel that it's an emergency to hook up right now, especially since we're already going to go forward with emergency interconnect. And I think that will solve any problems that we might have upcoming.
So
Well, but he said it's in the budget, right?
Yes,
in the budget.
it's in the
It-
budget.
So I would,
I met with Jim last week. And we talked about the opportunity to be able to do this.
there is a cost if there is an emergency to tap into that resource.
Exactly.
As TriView learned 6-7 years ago. So the other piece is, to me, the way I see it is, in my pea brain is we go with the NDS because that is renewable water next year, okay, in 8 months. But to me, it doesn't stop us from participating in the loop for those areas within Monument that are Division 1 water. And it'll be much reduced. Our participation would be much reduced, but we could still have that option if we end up with Division 1 water accounts, taps. But in the meantime, we would be tapping into a resource that we currently don't have, which is the renewable water source, especially if we can take advantage as well of Stonewall Springs reservoirs to keep our outflows.
Okay.
So to me, NDS is a very good option for us while the Loop Authority figures out things. And that's just, but at the very minimum, we, the town of Monument, have a renewable water source that we can use actively, and 1, stop drilling, and 2, reduce demand on non-renewable water sources.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. There's been a motion and a second, and if there's no further discussion on it, I would like us to get to a vote on it.
So the motion is for the indefinite.
It's to continue it indefinitely. No, the motion is to continue this resolution indefinitely. Do you want a date? We can, okay, so. Ms. Erickson.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple,
No.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanella.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that motion passes to continue 6-1. Next up, we have a public hearing item, resolution number 71, 2023, a resolution adopting a restated budget for the purpose set forth below for the town of Monument, beginning the first day of January 2023, ending the last day of December 2023. Mona?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Town Council members. As you know, in years past, we have to restate our current budget, and we have several reasons for doing so. During 2023, the Town of Monument installed a fishing pier for Monument Lake, which was not included in the original budget. Also included in the original budget, we had the park master plan and the planning comprehensive plan, which none of them have been worked on, so we moved them to next year. Also included in the original budget was the work on the Jackson Creek Parkway, which again was moved to next year. Below in your memo, we provided a summary of the original expenses and also the restated budget expenses for your references by fund. The staff has submitted Resolution 71-2023 and Resolution 72-2023 to request the Town Council approve the 2023 restated budget Resolution 71-2023 gives the current and expected fund balances for each fund, as well as the projected revenue and expenses. Resolution 72-2023 appropriates the expenses approved to the fund they will be paid from. I respectfully request the Town Council approve Resolution 71-2023 and Resolution 72-2023, adopting the 2023 restated budget and appropriating updated sum of money to the various funds in the amount set forth in the resolutions.
Okay. Are there any questions from the council on the restated budget? This is a public hearing item. Do we have any folks here that would like to speak to the restated budget? Is there anybody online that would like to speak to the restated budget for 2023? Okay, bring it back to the council for further discussion or motions on the two resolutions.
Do we need to vote on these separately, Bob, or can I make a motion together? Okay, I will make a motion to approve Resolution 71-2023, a resolution adopting a restated budget for the purpose set forth below for the town of Monument, Colorado, beginning the first day of January 2023, ending the last day of December 2023.
A motion.
Second.
And a second. Ms. Erickson.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanello.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes 7-0.
I'll make a motion to pass resolution number 72-2023, a resolution appropriating sums of money to the various funds in the amount set forth below for the town of Monument, Colorado, beginning on the first day of January 2023 and ending the last day of December 2023.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Ms. Erickson.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanello.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. The next one, we have two resolutions that are for 2024. 73-2023 and 74-2023. Mona?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The 2024 draft budget was presented to the Town Council on September 18. We also had about 5 workshop sessions to review the budget. We provided the council member the opportunity to ask questions, also to request more details from the staff and provide us with directions on what to include or change in the draft budget. All the changes have been discussed and the Town Council have been given the opportunity to give comments prior to tonight's meeting. A public hearing notice was posted in the Gazette November 22nd to comply with posting requirements. Staff has submitted Resolution 73-2023 and Resolution 74-2023 to request the Town Council approve the 2024 final budget. Resolution 73-2023 gives the current and expected fund balances for each fund, as well as the projected revenues and expenses. Resolution 74-2023 appropriates the expenses approved to the funds they will be paid from. I respectfully request the Town Council approve Resolution 73-2023 and Resolution 74-2023, adopting the 2024 final budget and appropriating updated sum of monies to the various funds in the amounts set forth in the resolutions.
Okay, so there may be some questions on this, but so just to confirm, we will be moving, going from a 12.85% unreserved balance for 2023 as part of the restated budget, and we are increasing our reserve to 16.46%. And this is after the wish list items that have been previously discussed and approved
In the 1%,
and the
1% payroll change.
1% payroll change.
Correct.
And now on that wish list,
What page is the wish list on? Is it on here?
They're already, no,
No,
they're
okay.
not. They're already in the appropriate. So streets was one. And I
right,
sent
but the
out,
one is for the Heart of Monument Park, which was supposed to be for all parks.
that was not included. We included a 200,000. We provided to Madeline to have a budget of $200,000 dollars for parks, but we was not specify what park and what she will be spending.
But didn't I see on there though that it was, it specified the Heart of Monument Park when it
That
said,
was the old one.
when it said
We
the
made it more
numbers?
general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We made it more general. We can-
Right, that's what I meant,
Yeah.
but I thought I saw that on this packet. That it said, not on there, it was on a summary sheet.
To clarify I was thinking of a different park. Yeah, but Heart of Monument is not receiving it. Yeah, there's a contract in place for that and we're not giving money towards it. Right, okay.
Okay, well, maybe I missaw it, but I thought I saw it in the packet somewhere. Where it talked, where it said the Heart of Monument Park. It wasn't on the
Was it
spreadsheet.
capital?
It wasn't on the spreadsheet.
Oh,
And I don't have it handy, but I made a note about it. I mean, if it's not on the spreadsheet, it doesn't matter.
Why don't you sound like?
Dedicate $200,000
For the parks
Right.
dedicated to each.
specific.
That's all I wanted to just be clear about.
Okay.
Okay, well, congrats on the increased reserve. I appreciate that.
Staff worked hard on that.
I sure did. Are there any questions from the council on this? Okay, public hearing item on resolution 73, 2023. Is there anybody in town hall that would like to speak to the 2024 budget? Anybody online?
No, Mayor.
I'd like to also state that in addition to that 16.46% reserve, general fund reserve, we also have a 3% reserve in Tabor that is required by the state. So we actually have a 19.46% reserve.
Sweet. We beat Bruce.
Kudos
So
to the staff. Good job.
Yeah, it was a real win-win budget.
Yeah,
I think it
definitely.
was real good. And to the council for coming together the way we did. And I think that was wonderful too.
all right, so we'll bring it back to the council for further discussion or a motion on the two resolutions separately.
I'll make a motion. Make a motion to approve resolution 73-2023, excuse me, a resolution adopting a budget for the purposes set forth below for the town of Monument, Colorado, beginning on the first day of January 2024 and ending on the last day of December 2024.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Ms. Erickson.
Councilmember Romanella?
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott?
Yes.
Mayor LaKind?
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple?
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito?
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kim?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passed 7-0.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 74, 2023, a resolution appropriating sums of money to the various funds in the amount set forth below for the town of Monument, Colorado, beginning on the first day of January 2024, ending the last day of December 2024.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Erickson.
Mayor Pro Tem King?
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic?
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito?
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple?
Yes.
Mayor LaKind?
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott?
Yes.
Councilmember Romanella?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passed 7-0. Next up, this should be fun. 75, 2023. Resolution to authorize the certification of the property tax mill levy to the El Paso County Assessor for the budget year 2024, beginning on the first day of January 2024, ending on the last day of December 2024. I assume that the state has given direction.
Correct.
Is our mill levy going to go down?
It's still to be determined. We have
Still to be
some directions, but they have not finalized the assessed value.
Yeah.
We did not receive from El Paso County the assessed value for the town of Monument. Actually, this is an interesting resolution. So as you are aware, the governor has approved mid-November, some changes to the property taxes. He reduced the market value for each residential property by 55,000 and also reduced the property tax rate from 6.76 to 6.7. And because of that, the El Paso County was not able to provide us. So we have, and I don't know exactly if it's a law or SB 23B-001 has changed the deadline for El Paso County to provide us the assessed value from this around beginning of December to January 10th. So now we have some preliminary numbers. We put together some calculation, taking the assessed value they provided at the end of August, just to see where we're gonna land in terms of revenue from property taxes. However, we don't have the final number, so we're actually, we would like to ask the town council, and I don't know the exact terminology, tabling, tabling.
Continuing.
Yes, continuing this,
Yeah, continue this to January.
because we
Yes.
don't.
Why did you tell me that? To just say that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so.
We had to go through the public hearing. I mean, the resolution.
Okay, so because of what our state legislature and the governor has done, the county and the town is not prepared to state the final mill levy yet. So we
Right.
are looking for a
Yeah.
motion to continue this.
Yep.
No, we're not
Correct.
tabling it anymore.
We're continuing it
No, we're gonna continue
to the January
Second.
16th.
Oh.
January 16th meeting. Okay.
I'll make
Does that,
I apologize for the January 2nd because we need to file, the deadline is January
The what?
10th,
The 10th?
the
All
10th.
right, January
Okay.
2nd.
January 2nd.
Yeah,
Okay.
January 2nd.
but does that give you enough time on the assumption that state and county do their job in a timely fashion?
We can turn it around in a day or less.
Yeah.
We can turn it around in a day or less. We already built the spreadsheet to calculate. We just need the assessed value to plug it in and we will be
Okay,
able to
so-
calculate.
By next meeting, you're good.
Right.
Based on what the
Theoretically.
El Paso County communicated
Okay.
to us, we should
Okay.
be okay. But I don't know if Rob, our town attorney, has any other insight.
Okay. So
So
looking,
what happens with commercial property? Because they didn't get any kind of
No, they
relief.
didn't. It's just the residential properties. So I assume the commercial properties are gonna have the same assessed value they had as of end of August. August 25 was the
Right.
prior assessed.
when you do your statement to the county, does that include commercial as well as
It's
residential?
everything in the town, within the town
Okay, so
limits.
I guess
Right.
the answer is that she's not going to state the commercial, even though it's not changing until she states everything at once.
Yeah,
Right.
they typically want one. They typically want one form that says, here's commercial, here's.
Okay, so
And
looking-
Mona, I know we had this conversation, but I just want you to rehab it with the council. When we set the reserves,
Mhm.
you already have calculated the loss in revenue based on a potential of what the mill levy could be.
because the mill levy could go down,
Right,
Correct.
but we won't know that.
right.
It won't-
We don't
it
know
won't go
yet.
Above 575, but it could go down.
Correct.
Okay, so the motion is to continue this resolution to January 2nd, 2024.
Second.
I so move.
Okay.
Yes.
Second.
You have Ms. Erickson.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanello.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that motion passes 7-0. I'd like to thank our state legislator and governor for doing this to us. We will make the best of it.
Much love.
Moving on. Unless
No, our budget is done.
our budget is done, great. Do you
Don't
need,
you guys feel better? I knew we'd feel better, right?
Yes.
Budget workshop is January 16th.
do you need a break?
No.
Okay, we're moving on. Ordinance number 24, 2023. This is an ordinance approving a preliminary final planned unit development for Maverick Monument Junction, Lot 1, Monument Junction West, filing number 1. Jeff, are you ready?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is the Maverick Monument Junction Lot 1, Monument Junction West filing, number 1, preliminary final PUD plan. Project context, the project site is 1530 Laughing Lab Way on the southwest corner of intersection of Highway 105 and Jackson Creek Parkway. Project request is an ordinance approving a preliminary final PUD plan for Maverick Monument Junction Lot 1, Monument Junction West, filing number 1. This project has an area of 1.5 acres. The proposed use is a commercial convenience store, approximately 5,637 square feet, and a fueling area canopy of about 4,212. Site data, lot coverage is 9,849, 15%. Hardscape is 40,975 square feet, 62%. Landscape is 14,952 square feet, 23%. For the record, we have the preliminary PUD review approval criteria for section 1803-450. For record, here's also the section 1803-460 final PUD review approval criteria that the application has been put through. Comprehensive plan, step 1, flume. The future land use map designates the area as mixed use. And mixed use is defined as a mixture of non-residential and residential development, provides convenience goods, services, and employment opportunities for area residents. Staff's finding is that the proposed convenience store and fuel sales being more likely consistent instead of less likely consistent with the definition of the mixed use land use category of the flume. Looking through the entire comprehensive plan, its visions, values, and viewpoints. Overall, staff's finding is that the proposed convenience store and fuel sales being more likely consistent instead of less likely consistent of the vision and the values of the comprehensive plan. Staff did find that the proposed convenience store and fuel sales being less likely consistent instead of more likely consistent with the viewpoints of the comprehensive plan. And staff also found that the proposed convenience store and fuel sales is consistent with the majority or more than 50% with the strategic goals of the comprehensive plan. Looking at the 7 elements that bring up policy and opportunities, only 3 sections of the 7 account proposed convenience store and the fuel sales being more likely consistent instead of less likely consistent with the opportunities and policies of the comprehensive plan. Existing zoning, the site is a PUD. North of the site is El Paso County PUD. It is vacant commercial land. South is also PUD. This is also currently vacant commercial land. East, C2 is El Paso County commercial and warehouse. And to the west, we have PUD vacant commercial land. Project history. So June 15th of 2020, a plan development and a PD sketch plan for the village was approved. It's now referred to as Monument Junction Planned Unit Development, PUD. Continuing that forward, in February 7th of 2022, a preliminary final plat for Monument Junction West, filing number 1 was also approved. And then a May 19th, 2022, the plat was recorded. Drainage basin. This site flows into the Dirty Woman Creek drainage basin. Looking at general review of other items as far as utilities, all will serve letters were provided for both for water and sand, for gas, and for electric. Wildlife, there's no significant wildlife habitats identified on the site. wildfire. There is a low at-risk rating for wildfires in the area. One fire hydrant will be built on the lot and a second fire hydrant will be in the vicinity. There's no unusual conditions regarding geohazards. No groundwater was encountered in the borings. Mitigation measures and foundation strategies are provided. Traffic study. So the biggest findings on the traffic study, we're anticipating 4,149 trips per weekday. There is an LOSF or better rating in the short term. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. Traffic signal is warranted because of that LOSF rating. The traffic study. So this is from Monument Junction PUD. This takes into account 3 distinct phases of build out over time. The first phase is of a short term. This includes the current October 2023 residential development that is east of Jackson Creek Parkway. This includes 10 single-family homes, 4 duplex homes. Lot 4, Whataburger, is taken into account, and then Lot 1, Maverick, is also taken into account in this traffic study. Of note, with this update, it does take into account a larger building that was originally anticipated in the 2022 TIS for the Jackson Creek Parkway overall corridor. Short-term build-out scenario number 2 takes into account Lot 2, Lot 3, and Lot 5. Lot 2 and 3 are commercial. Lot 5 is multifamily. And then remaining parcels south of Lot 5 are taken into account. And then for the long-term full build-out scenario, this is taking into account a 2040 total traffic volumes as taken from the March 17th, 2022 TIS that I had just mentioned. Traffic study goes further and begins to speak about the overall level of service. In general, there are 6 intersections that are taken into account. Highway 105 JCP is currently signalized, and it is anticipated to have an LOS of D. Laughing Lab Way, right in and right out, is a T intersection. It's an LOS B with the build out of Maverick. Fat Tire Drive, T intersection, a signal is warranted because otherwise, if it is left with just a stop sign, it would be an LOS F. So when Maverick does come online, the signal will have to be in place, and that will facilitate an LOS B at Fat Tire and Jackson Creek Parkway. Intersections, Oktoberfest Drive, Slope Street, Oktoberfest Drive, pretty freely flowing. Slope Side Street, an LOSD, but there are no signal warrants for that. And in the future, there will be a right in, right out T intersection yet to be fully identified, and that has free flowing traffic according to the TIS. Level of service analysis for the short-term build out. So this is the second phase of build out. You could anticipate an LOSD or better, which will play out with all the traffic signals that are in place. And then for the long-term build out, again, anticipating 2040 traffic comparable to the March 27, 2022 TIS. All intersection movements can achieve an LOSD or better with modifications of timing and phasing of the warranted signals. Public improvements are also a part of this. Jackson Creek Parkway improvement phasing. There are auxiliary turn lanes and traffic control. There are proposed short-term and interim lane requirements along JCP. South, there's Access B, the Fat Tire Drive. There are proposed roadway phasing and auxiliary turn lanes likely and may be needed at the access points, and 4-lane roadway upgrades in the long term. Just to give you an update, because this has been a moving target, on the west side frontage of Jackson Creek Parkway, what's been completed is the ultimate design of JCP's curb and gutter from Fat Tire Road to Laughing Lab Way. So that's going north along JCP on the west side. Interim Jackson Creek Parkway striping and controlled movements are installed, and ultimate design of JCP's D-cell right turn lane for Laughing Lab Way south of Highway 105 has also been installed. With this project, there is landscaping anticipated, and as mentioned before, the traffic signal will be warranted at Fat Tire. Awaiting ultimate design funding is a sidewalk along the west side of JCP on 105 and a crosswalk across JCP south side of 105. Land dedications, park dedication, a part of the Monument Junction PUD. There is 0.08 acres that are provided through the applicant They're of a residual amount, and that will be able to meet the park dedication requirement. For schools, it's not applicable because it's a commercial property, no land dedication or fees in lieu. There were 3 public notices for this over time, and certainly they were able to publish, post, and mail in time for tonight's meeting, which was 11:08. Well, this was for the public notice for Planning Commission, but also for this evening, December 4th presentation. Staff looked over the PD review approval and criteria. Staff finds that it has met all of the criteria of section 1803-450 and 1803-460, the final PD review approval criteria. Staff's finding is that the application is consistent with all applicable development standards. The application adequately addresses criteria of Title 18, Town LLC, and the sections that I just mentioned before, and the application is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan. November 8, 2023, the PC had their review. Commissioner Hours made a motion to approve preliminary final PUD. Commissioner Smith seconded the motion, and it passed 6-0. All right, that finishes staff's presentation. We do have the applicant here with us, and we do have also a email that was presented to us by the consultant for the applicant that they would like for us to read into the record for the evening. So I'd like to read that for you now. This is from Mark Wharton with Classic Consulting, and I will just read what's important. As was briefly discussed in the PC meeting last month, the latest TIS clearly explains that the signal at Fat Tire and JCP will be constructed prior to Maverick's opening. The facility will then bring the LOS at the intersection to be a BLOS. The Master Monument Junction developer, Classic Homes, has already completed the installation of the Phase 1 JCP improvements, which provide various turn lanes for both the west and east sides of Jackson Creek Parkway. Also, the past 15 months, they have been working and coordinating with El Paso County, CDOT, and the town staff on the ultimate design of JCP Highway 105 intersection and the improvements. These plans have gone through multiple reviews from these agencies and are nearly approved. The only item holding up this approval is the IGA between CDOT and the town. This document is being coordinated by the town staff and awaiting CDOT review and execution. This improvements to the Jackson Creek Parkway Highway 105 intersection include and accommodate the following. There will be an eastbound right turn lane from Highway 105 onto Jackson Creek Parkway, a northbound dual left turn lane and right turn lane from Jackson Creek Parkway onto Highway 105, westbound dual left turn lanes from Highway 105 onto Jackson Creek Parkway, 4-lane roadway sections with raised medians on Jackson Creek Parkway from Fat Tire to Highway 105. Upon approval of these plans, hopefully in the next few months, Classic Homes will start construction of these ultimate intersection improvements, spring of 2024. Construction of signal at Fat Tire, Jackson Creek Parkway is anticipated summer of 2024. And then following that, Maverick will be opening in the fall of 2024 after that signaling is put in place. Any current roadway construction happening on Highway 105 east of Jackson Creek Parkway is under El Paso County jurisdiction. Classic Homes is maintaining close communication and coordination with El Paso County as we both work towards finalizing the construction scheduling on Highway 105 east of Jackson Creek Parkway late next year. As quoted for Mr. Mark Wharton from his email today, Monday, December 4, 2023 at 4:05 p.m. That completes staff's review. If the applicant wants to present, they're more than happy to now.
Can we do any questions first, since you've got it up on the screen?
We can, or we can carry 3 or 4 as you decide to have the applicant speak first or go into questions.
Okay, I just have one related to the letter.
Okay.
Did you say there will be dual left-hand turns, so coming 105 west?
Northbound, dual left turn lanes and right turn lane from Jackson Creek Parkway onto Highway 105.
And
I actually do have 2 exhibits I can throw up onto the screen if you'd like to see those.
How many lanes turning south onto Jackson Creek from 105? Just one?
Let me pull up the exhibit so we can take a look at that together.
That's great.
This is the email that I had just read to you all. This is the first exhibit. So this, as I understand it, is showing the current condition of Jackson Creek Parkway and Highway 101. And this is the interim condition showing the decel lane coming south and right turning into, this is Laughing Lab Way. And the other turn lanes that are coming up north and going right and left. The second exhibit is the ultimate turn. And so I'm just going to point out what I see here. I see 2 left turn lanes coming in, 1 right-hand turn going east. I see two southbound going left, going from the westbound. Okay. And
looks
an
like there's
additional
So
right-hand
there's
turn
gonna be
coming
6
off of 105.
westbound
down.
lanes there.
no,
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing 2 through lanes, 2 westbound left turn lanes. I don't know what that other, and then you've got, it's 4. So it's 4 and then 2 east.
yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they're
The colors were throwing
and
me
there,
off.
it looks like there's only one eastbound right turn lane onto Jackson Creek southbound, correct? On 105. Eventually, it looks like there's 105 eastbound coming from I-25,
It's 1 right turn lane.
and it's 1 right turn lane.
Yeah, you're gonna split off right or continue straight,
Okay, all right. Yeah,
except for there's no right
there's not
turn
gonna
lane.
be an increase.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be better. You're gonna have a dedicated right with 2 continuing east, which is ideal.
Okay, so thank you for answering that question.
Yes.
The applicant is gonna make a presentation.
I do have it if you'd like to do it.
Good evening. My name's Kevin Dice. I'm with Maverick. I'm the Senior Entitlements Manager, and I have a presentation just to go through what our project is. It doesn't include the entire development, only for our lot. So if you could go to the next slide. Just a little bit about Maverick. Maverick was founded in 1950. It's a family-owned business. It's still owned by the Call family and people in the Call family. We recently merged with Come and Go, which doubled our size. We were a little over 400 stores. Come and Go had about 400 stores on that one. We are operating over 800 stores at this time. We operate 24/7, 365 days a year. We do prepackaged food as well as freshly made food. That includes salads, burritos, the obligatory roller dogs that we have to have. And I know.
And Susie,
I like them.
I have heard unbelievable things about the roller dogs.
Yes,
It's
they
made
are
the
good.
internet.
They're good. Back in college, I survived on those. But that was many years ago too. But we also do salads, we do wraps and other things of that nature. We will sell beer and wine. We will get the obligatory licenses for such things as well. And our bathrooms are open 24/7. You do not have to purchase anything. It's open to the public for anybody that wants. Something that's very important is that we are not a truck stop. Now, Maverick has 2 different types of stores that they build. They have ones that are just the store in the forecourt that would be used by cars. Then we have what we add in what's called our high flow for trucks. And we like to have those along the highways because we could provide services to semi trucks and RVs and vehicles of that nature. We will not be able to get that in here because obviously of the size. Next slide, please. I think the staff's presentation showed this. It shows the location of the site. Next slide, please. As well as the next slide, it showed the staff also showed the lot we would be doing. This is our site plan. As you can see, we have the building that would be facing east with the forecourt up front. We call the forecourt is where automobiles and trucks and things of that nature. We will not be able to get outside of the fueling truck, which would come in, circulate around. The tanks are on the north side of the site. They would dump the fuel and then be able to circulate out, but we will not accommodate larger vehicles such as a semi truck, which would be our high flow. Next one, please. This is a elevation shot of what the store would look like. Something that we wanted to do. Staff brought up the idea that we should match as much as we can and as close as we can to the Whataburger colors, which we did with the brick. It's an ebony brick, we call that. And then the wood siding would be painted close to as close as we could to match what the Whataburger would have. And we felt that this would make the community look a little bit more cohesive instead of varied. Next slide, please. There's another elevation.
Can we put
shot.
this in presentation mode, please, so we don't have the fidgeting with the slide back and forth? Thank you.
This one basically just shows mainly the signage that we'd have out front. That feature out front we call the doghouse, and that would be the entrance feature, although the actual doors are on either side of that. If you go to the next slide, please. This is our canopy, the standard canopy, which is just the red band, and it'll say Maverick with Ventures First Stop on it. That is backlit. Those words are backlit. They're not very bright, but you can see them from the highway at night, or from the roadway, I should say. The next is our trash enclosure. We like to show that it is not just going to be chain link fence. It is definitely going to be a block wall with gates. The gates aren't going to be chain link, but they'd be solid. And then, what was that? You got it. Now, we do have a California version, we call it, and that has a roof on it. So if the bears get really bad, we could put a roof on it. California requires roofs. The last slide is just the color palette overall, showing the block as being the ebony and the various colors and accents that would be on the building itself. I think the final slide, this is our floor. Oh, I have a couple more. I apologize. This is just the basic floor plan showing how the store would be laid out. You would walk in either side. We have our counter at the front right there. The counters are positioned so that we can see through the area. This area, I'm not sure what your crime rate is. We know that when we look at it as being very low compared to other areas that we operate in. We have the bathrooms that are off to the left-hand side with all the cooler cases off to the right, with the back part being our kitchen area, where we prepare all of our stuff. We also have pizza, which is very good. So, and then the landscape plan is the next one. No, this is our lighting plan. I'm really out of sync on this one. This is our lighting plan. I know that something that was very important to the city was that we had to have a 1.5 foot candle average across the site. We had to work very hard for that because with the canopy lighting, and that's a safety issue, we had to really drop the canopy lighting down so that we could meet that standard, but we were able to meet it for this particular site. Next slide, please. This is the landscape plan. Just to show a little bit of what we will be doing. We'll be doing trees as well as shrubs and bushes and everything else, as well as some grass. We know grass is a big water sucker upper, and so in the end we don't like to do a lot of that because you have to conserve water. Next slide, please. This one just basically shows off to the side what our plan schedule is, and if you're interested in it, seeing exactly what we would be planning out there, that's what we included. Next slide would be for the overall signage plan. This shows approximately where the two signs would be. It would be the monument sign on the corner of Laughing Lab and Jackson Creek Parkway, and then a monument sign that would be, or a pole sign, a mid-size, we call it, that would be out along the highway. Next slide, please. This would be the mid-rise sign. I believe that is 30 feet or 35 feet at that time. It would have the Maverick name as well as Pricer's and the Bonfire Grill, which is our Bonfire Grill name. And then the next slide, please. This shows what the overall Maverick signage would look like. This comes off very black, but it's really a brown background that's on that. That would also blend in well with the colors of the building. Next, please. And this shows just the wall signs on that point. And the very last one is the canopy sign, which I believe we already covered. So overall, we'd like to be one of your people that would pay directly the taxes to you, as the presentation was earlier. We hope that you appreciate what we're doing here. As you know, that there's a come and go right down the street from there. Eventually that will be rebranded as a Maverick. Not sure when it would happen. We just completed the merger in September, so we're still working through a lot of different things. We have found that we're doing a lot of marketing with regard to what works for Maverick territories and what works for come and go territories. Now, it is not uncommon for us to put stores across the street from each other, as well as down the street from each other. So we believe that this store would work with the come and go being just down the street. So again, thank you very much, and let me know if you have any questions.
Actually, I do have one question and a comment. Will you, for those of us that are killing dinosaurs still for fuel,
Yes.
will you have death at the pumps?
Yes.
You will?
I don't want to say 100%. I know in some areas we do have depth at the pump that it will automatically be put in there. I think we like to do that with our high flows. Now, since this is not going to have the high flow, I am not sure, but I could get you that.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yes, it would be. I know that's a very big thing because you have to have the depth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's way better than those plastic
Contained.
containers that always leak.
They create a lot of work.
The comment I have is I'm not a big fan of having two Mavericks 350 feet apart.
Mhm.
I would love for you to sell a store. Maybe not the new one, but it just doesn't make sense to me to have competing stores that are the same brand, the same. I mean, you're going to change you're going to obviously remodel the come and go to match your brand, I assume, at some
To a
point.
certain extent, yes.
It just 350 feet is so close.
Mhm.
I don't know how everybody else feels about it, but I mean, I'm from Phoenix originally, where Circle K's compete on opposite corners. I don't want to see Monument turn into that.
Mhm.
That's just my personal preference.
I was actually oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, if there's other questions for the applicant.
Well, I was processing that and I thought as a consumer and a former resident of Village Center and very, and the kids going to Monument Academy and that area is the area that I'm the most familiar with in the town. Though there is a proximity, there is a flow of traffic and customer support that's going to be totally different. If I'm on the 105 and I have no desire to go, past Jackson Creek, to go to that place, to come out in a funky way, make a left to get back on the 105. I just want to make a right on Jackson Creek, get out, make a right and keep going. It's a totally different flow. So though they are close, I think they serve two totally different traffic flow clienteles, and having lived and completely resided, schooled and everything in that area, I could justify how that would serve two totally different market demographics, if you will, in terms of flow of traffic. I would just add that.
And I would agree with that. That is a fair assessment because we are looking to get a lot of the highway traffic off of it. And just speaking of the traffic study really quick, I would say 60 to 80% of our customers are what we call bypass customers. We're not generating new traffic coming in here. People are going to be going past anyway. They will see the Maverick sign, they understand they'll get to know who Maverick is, and they'll get off, get the gas and continue on. They're going to be in that area anyway, whether they're on Jackson Creek, whether they're on the highway, whether they're on the other highway. I can't remember the name.
105.
105. There you go. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Other comments,
Yeah,
questions?
I have a bunch. So this starts with staff. Jackson Creek Parkway. What is the definition of Jackson Creek Parkway? As an example, in the Monument Junction Phase 1 traffic study, it calls Higbee a minor artery, which can accommodate 20,000 vehicles trips, but that's for a 4-lane road. And in all their traffic studies that they've done so far, including this one from Maverick, they mention Higbee minor artery, but they don't mention what Jackson Creek Parkway is. What's the definition? I've asked this numerous times for what's that will equate to the threshold capacity for Jackson Creek Parkway, number one. Number two, their traffic study that was done for Maverick, I think is inaccurate. And we're dealing with inaccurate data once again. Traffic study was done on December 15th, a Thursday. That was the last day of school. The next day that they did a traffic study was on Monday, December 19th. The next traffic study was December 21st, a Tuesday. So after the 15th, kids are on winter break. So there's reduced volume of traffic on Jackson Creek Parkway going to the high school, going to the YMCA, going to the medical facility there as well. So those, I believe those are false numbers. Now, typically it's traffic studies are done on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Now, in the El Paso County Transportation Impact Study Guidelines, it says in B, TAC 3, TAC 1, TAC Alpha, it states that they shall be obtained on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So which rule are we following? Are we following Monument where it says typically, or are we following El Paso County? Did we reduce the requirements, which we shouldn't be doing? So the traffic study numbers, I think, are inaccurate. Now, additionally, when they talk about the traffic studies, they talk about Monument Junction West with 571 units was only going to generate 2,541 trips per year or additional traffic. That equates to 4.45 trips per unit. Yet in Monument Junction Phase 1 with 207 units, they said it was going to be 1,788 trips, which is 8.6 trips per unit. Rule of thumb is 10 trips per home. So I think the numbers are not accurate. The numbers for Maverick went up as compared to what was in the traffic study. They said in the traffic study says 3,086 weekday trips, claiming only 1,914 new weekday trips would be generated surrounding the street network because of the bypass traffic. Now, let's go into some background. Council members, please entertain me, but this, I feel, is very important to bring up. The town of Monument already has 11 gas station convenience stores located within a 4-square-mile radius. No other area within El Paso County can make this claim. I've personally driven around, and if any members of the staff or members of the application team can state otherwise, that they're somewhere similar, as a comparison, please let me know. I've yet to hear from any of our residents that they really want to see the need for this. Here's the examples. 7-Eleven convenience store located on Baptist has 10 pump stations with 20 hoses available. Circle K, located on the corner of Baptist and Jackson Creek Parkway, has 6 pump stations with 12 hoses available. Used to be the Shell station. They were bought out by Circle K. Circle K purchased all 236 Shell stations because Shell is restructuring to a low carbon company. Valero convenience store located on Baptist near Old Denver has 4 pump stations with 8 hoses available for vehicles and 7 pump stations with only 7 operating working hoses available for trucks right now. Pilot Station convenience store located on Baptist across from Valero has 6 pump stations with 12 hoses available for vehicles and an additional 8 pump stations with 16 hoses available for trucks. Quick Trip convenience store located right next to the Pilot Station has 11 pump stations with 22 hoses available for vehicles and 7 truck stations with 14 hoses for trucks. On the northern part of Monument by 105, there's a 7-Eleven store on 105 that has 2 pump stations with 4 hoses available. Texaco convenience store on 105 that has 6 pump stations with 12 hoses available and additional 6 pump stations with 12 hoses available for trucks. Safeway gas station adjacent to Safeway food store has 6 pump stations with 12 hoses available. Sinclair service station off of 105 across from the Park and Ride has 4 pump stations with 8 hoses available. Come and Go convenience store, which is now Maverick, which will be converted to Maverick, near or off of 105 near Monument Academy has 10 pump stations with 20 hoses available. Murphy's station on Jackson Creek Parkway has 8 pump stations with 16 hoses available. That's 146 fuel hoses currently available for vehicles and 49 dedicated fuel hoses for trucks. All but 3, the Safeway, Sinclair, and Murphy's, which all have limited items for purchase, are not considered convenience stores, but the other 8 are considered convenience shops. So I ask, in accordance with the Town Monument Ordinance Code 18.03.450, preliminary PUD plan, which wasn't addressed or wasn't discussed. D5, the project provides a benefit to the town such as increasing the variety of development to fill a need and or provide amenities for the benefit of the town residents. Better put, why do we need a 12th gas station convenience store? You're going to increase traffic coming off the highway onto Jackson Creek Parkway to serve a purpose that is convenience stores are hot real estate commercial property right now. Not going, and this is not going to generate new customers or revenue. All this truly does is spread out existing revenue throughout the town. Now for the concerns, issues, and impact. Doing some research, Community and Environmental Defense Services. Convenience stores first started in 1927. There's over 140,000 with gas stations. Studies have shown that the local economies are better off with locally owned businesses compared to those which are part of a national chain. These studies show that on average, 48% of each purchase at locally owned businesses circulate through the local economy compared to less than 14% of the purchases from national chain stores. Having a corporation with 2 stores located within less than 400 feet will potentially affect local small businesses located nearby that also sell alcohol, food, and such. Also, that a positive relationship exists between crime as well as adverse health effects. Convenience stores holdups account for approximately 6 to 8% of all robberies in the nation. A number of compounds to human health are related from gas station during vehicle refueling from underground storage tanks. These compounds include benzene, ethanol benzene, etc. Measures to reliably resolve these adverse health effects are not employed at new gas stations. Benzene is the gasoline that is most harmful to human health. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency echoes concerns about the health risk associated with gas station emissions in the school siting guidelines. The U.S. EPA recommended screening school sites for potential risk when located within 1,000 feet of a gas station. The number 2 industry that diminished property values is convenience stores with gas stations. This would be the 12th in the station, the 12th station in Monument. New homes being built adjacent, potentially increase in robberies, accidents, traffic 24/7, pedestrians hanging out around the property are some of the causes. The light pollution, traffic concerns are another issue. Lastly, because of the high traffic volume and refueling, convenience store gas stations pose an unusually severe threat to ground and surface water. Fuel storage tanks and pipelines pose another source of contamination. Spillage at the pump is more likely source of fuel release into the nearby waterways. Studies have found that on average, 40 gallons of gasoline is spilled at a typical gas station per year at each pump station. Research has also found that a significant portion of the spilled gasoline can migrate through the concrete pads at many of the fuel stations and disperse into the ground, posing issues, concern for groundwater, water pipes, streams, and such. Tanker truck delivery concerns are another issue getting in and out off of the highway onto Jackson Creek at the lights, into the station and out, causing traffic delays. What wasn't addressed in the traffic study, number of trips currently on Jackson Creek Parkway. We talked, they did,
Hang on a second. Were the number of, because there was 100+ pages of the traffic study,
specifically on Jackson Creek, current traffic specifically on Jackson
They
Creek.
did show where the meters were, so I'm just curious as to, do we have those numbers available, Jeff? Of the specific amount of trips that are currently, I mean, how, they had to have taken numbers from someplace.
They have, all in all, with the convenience store, with Whataburger, with the new development, what they said is they're going to add 12,085 trips on the weekday and only 7,397 trips on the weekend.
But those are on Jackson Creek.
But they didn't account for the school traffic, the YMCA traffic, all that. All they're talking about, this is what they're going to generate. This was a number that they were going to generate according to these new Monument Jackson West, that was the 572 apartments or homes and apartments, the Whataburger and convenience store, along with the Monument Jackson Phase 1, 207 homes on the east side. That's all it says in there. So
Mayor, there's a lot of stuff on traffic that we need to go through. Is there more that you need to read? I mean, you pretty much touched on.
yeah, I don't think, dark skies. The proposed area be a 24/7 gas station that will cause light pollution, noise to the surrounding residents.
We don't have a, we're not a dark sky community.
Yes, we are.
No,
We have,
yeah,
a-
but
we have a
if they're
dark sky
meeting- But
ordinance.
if they're meeting the criteria that they said the average candle, are you expecting to
Foot
shut down
candle.
at night? Just curious.
I think this area would be better if it was some other type of business that does shut down. But that's just, that's another conversation.
I don't necessarily disagree with you actually, but
And Mayor and Council, we do have our traffic consultants who did the review on this online. If you need to ask these.
Okay.
questions.
I think that's great.
I still want the first one answered of what is the definition of Jackson Creek? What is Jackson Creek Parkway? What is the threshold capacity? Is it a major, minor artery, a collector? Is it urban or rural? Because they only have 2 lanes right now. So the capacity on a major collector, 2 lane is 10,000 trips. That's accordance with the Appendix B Transportation Impact Study Guidelines for El Paso County.
So it's,
And you're well over
you're
that.
saying it's technically not defined today, and we've not defined it in the future with the ultimate build out being 2 lanes in each direction.
In their traffic study, they already show that it is going to be past 20,000 vehicle trips on there. It shows that number, shows 21,000 something.
Okay.
So that's beyond the capacity.
Okay, so can we get,
Mark's online. Mark
can we get,
Fitzmiller.
yeah, but to Councilmember Kimple's question, can we get an answer on the definition of Jackson Creek Park? I mean, it's always thrown me off that you call it a parkway and it's only 2 lanes. Back east, a parkway is usually 4 to 6 to 8 lanes, and there's a toll attached to it, possibly. Not that I'm advocating for a toll on Jackson Creek, but
Mayor LaKine says.
no.
I'm sure somebody did that one day. It's a,
The news,
it's a parkway.
But I've got a question also to the point of, because I found it odd that in your presentation, this is something I wanted to ask before, but I wanted to make sure that we gave the applicant time. I found it odd that the planning commission voted 6-0 in this. Did they have, because they're usually a little bit more thorough when it comes to these kind of things, and did they have the exact, and I mean page by page, the exact same traffic study that we received in our packet? And if not, I'd like to know why.
Yes, they did.
So if we pull up the traffic study in the PC package, we're going to see over 100 pages of.
Yes. Yes.
That's just for Maverick though, or is that just the traffic study?
There's traffic studies.
Their traffic study is how many pages?
Yeah, for this matter, it was done by a consultant up in.
Right, so they got the same information. Okay.
Correct.
I've been told otherwise. So we can take that offline. My concern isn't so much that it's a gas station. I mean, it does, because I've already made the point that there's 2 gas stations within 350 feet of each other that the same brand. I get your point, but currently 105 is an absolute disaster, and it's not your fault that it's a disaster. It's the county's fault because they decided to put in place 2 major construction projects at the same time. There's development on Jackson Creek. My beef is approving this today without an ultimate build out of the roads that would help eliminate some of the LOS and get them up to C or better before the Maverick were to come online, if the Maverick were to be approved. Because right now, the queuing, the lanes of traffic twice a day during the school year, going from I-25 into town onto 2nd Street or 105 where it curves, all the way east to beyond my line of sight where I live, is absolutely packed and moves at about 2 to 4, maybe 5 miles per hour.
Because there's 5
If,
lanes.
yeah, if we approve this, and my concern is that we are going to cause massive harm to the 30,000 plus residents that already have to put up with the other construction projects and the fact that there's lane shifting going on a daily basis along 105. And I think it's unfair that we were to do that until such time as that project itself on 105 is a year at least down the road, and they have built their retention walls, they have paved their lanes, and they have gone at least up to Woodmore Lake Drive to the east, I think. I don't remember what it is, but going towards Furrow to the east, beyond the LDS Church and Village Center at Woodmore.
I go back to the question. I'd like to hear from staff, and I would like to hear from the applicant. In accordance with the PUD plan, preliminary plan 18 TAC 03 TAC 450 D5, what does the project provide a benefit to the town, such as increasing the variety of development to fill a need and or provide amenity for the benefit of town residents? Okay.
Thing Maverick does over all the, you're talking great history of gas stations, which some of these gas stations like the dinosaur one, Sinclair, that's 30, 40 years old. They have 4 or 5 pumps. It's history. They don't do much business compared to the other stores. What Maverick does, they offer a grocery store on the east side of the 105 freeway, rather having to go to Safeway or all the way down to King Super. There's 100, a bunch of people live east of here, way far east of here. They come into the grocery store, they need to get something. They're not going to drive looking for a grocery store, do the traffic go across the freeway. They're going to come to Maverick because it's a nice store. It's not a Maverick, it's a come and go, going to switch to a Maverick. There's a difference. It's like They bought it to grow. And just like our grocery stores, Safeway and Albertsons, all these grocery stores are merging. You know, it's just a matter of growth. But what Maverick has is a grocery store to serve the neighborhood on this side of the freeway. And that's the biggest point I want to make. Yes, they sell gas. Yes, you have other gas stations in the area, but you know, they're different. You know, the Circle K and the 7-Eleven down on Baptist Road. They're small stores. They don't offer the food. They don't offer the services. They don't offer the variety. If you're gonna go to one, I'll guarantee you, Come and Go will blow the doors off. I mean, Maverick will blow the doors off the other stores in town. As far as the C store. So, you know, that's all I can say is, you know, give them a chance and let them go. And yes, the county is messing up 105. When that gets done, all that's gonna flow perfect. I mean, I hate going to 105 right now too, but you know, I have to go there for different, I can't even get to my bank right now. That's the chaos over there. But eventually that's gonna be done and it should all flow. So turn them down just because they're trying to grow and, you know, the city's growing, the county's growing, everything's growing. That's why they're here.
We didn't turn down Whataburger. What's the history, staff, on this as to how the approval process has been on this and when did it start and everything? I know that was in there. I think that's important to know where we're at as to what we're doing here along Flow.
We started a year ago, talking to the city of Monument.
Right. No, I mean, like so far what we've approved and everything. And I remember we asked you guys to do that because it gives a good history and lets us know how invested people are, where they're at, et cetera, which is very important to this, at least to me.
Jeff, do you have that?
What exactly is your question?
You guys had done this before and we've asked you to do this, where we said, whenever you're gonna come with final plats or everything, you're gonna give a history as to the project itself, when it was first approved, how it moved along, blah, blah, how far committed they are along, et cetera. Like when we had when we were finishing up with Classic, and I don't think that a lot of people really realized how long ago we had approved that, started that, how far along we were. So, and you guys said we would do that with each development at each presentation. So has that?
Yeah, so I think what you're asking for is what we asked for multiple times, which was a cover sheet that showed all the dates and
yeah, exactly.
Consistently it keeps getting changed. The cover sheet goes away, the dates go away, they get shifted into some other order. He did go through the dates. I recall hearing him state the dates as part of when things reached a certain point and got approved, but it's not the way we asked for it going over a year ago. It keeps getting removed for whatever reason.
Quickly on the dates.
Well, then you want to just go through them with me again?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll be happy to do that with you, Councilmember Romanella. June 15th, 2020, plan development, PD and PD sketch plan for the village was approved.
Okay.
It's now referred to as the Monument Junction Plan Unit Development. February 7th, 2022, a preliminary final plat for Monument Junction West, filing number 1, was approved. That includes all the lots on the north end. Well, here, I'll bring it back up so you can see it. But, and then the plat that I'm about to show you was recorded on May 19th, 2022. So let me bring this up for you.
Did that include Maverick being there at that time?
Yes, it does include Matt. Rephrase the question.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Okay, go ahead and go. Keep going.
So this plat, which provides for 1, 2, 3 commercial lots. We have this lot here that is, I believe that's residential. We have a tract A, which is for a detention pond. And then we have this lot down here that then turned into becoming Midtown Collection. Okay, so this does take into account lot 1, this one, for Maverick. and that was approved on February 7th, 2022. And the plat was recorded on May 19th of 2022. This is the sketch plan that I drew from that I mentioned earlier, just so you can see that. And those are the dates that we mentioned for the process of laying this out.
Okay.
Okay, I think we have a problem here. The problem is the planning commission did not get the right information. Their packet for Maverick, in fact, the entire packet for the last planning commission meeting, which was referenced in our packet, which was referenced in the presentation, was a total of 139 pages. I cannot find a completed traffic study that they had available to them so that they can make a proper decision on the traffic issues that people have concerns of. Now, unless what's been posted online, that's been up there since November 8th, is wrong, I think we have an issue that we need to discuss offline.
You can discuss it now.
Well, why wasn't the planning commission given all the necessary information to make a decision? There you go.
I disagree with you, Mayor, on that.
I'm looking at the packet. It's 139 pages. I have 400
Calm down, Mayor.
pages.
Just calm down a little bit.
Well,
Just
this is
be respectful.
this is
please.
not right.
Be respectful. If we made a mistake, we'll admit it.
Okay, then if we have made a mistake, then I think that this needs to go back to the planning commission for proper review.
And I agree.
Before we make a decision
100%, I
here tonight.
agree. But let's make sure that we made a mistake first and let Jeff speak to that issue, please.
I believe the misnomer in the paging has to do with the fact that your TC report has within it all the presentations that were provided by the applicant at the planning commission meeting, in addition to the traffic report. And that's why the packet that you have is much larger in size, not because of it all being a TIS.
But I don't see the traffic report in the planning commission's packet. If you can point me to the page, that would be great.
Page numbers or.
Because
It's not generating the pages, so I can't view
Oh,
so
what's on them.
I'm on the
So
I'm on the monument government website at the planning commission packet for November 8th, and it's 139 pages, which is, I think, what Mayor LaKind was referencing. Because I looked at it as well, and there's two items that, according to what's posted publicly, that the planning commission looked at. It was the final PUD plan for Maverick and a public hearing request for Zeal at Jackson Creek, whatever that is. Those were the hearing items. And when you scroll through, starting at page
6.
Yeah, thank you. Page 6, that's the Maverick presentation, or at least the publicly available documents. You've got all the design pages in detail, and then you've got the staff report, and And then you have which covers the review criteria, comprehensive plan, zoning. And then on PDF page 30 starts the traffic study. But it's page and a half, because at page 32, oh no, my bad, public improvements, okay, so
The
two
the-
pages.
The
So-
LOS packets that we got that were over 100 pages
Yeah.
with the arrows and the streets
Yep.
and the
Yeah.
data, including all the spreadsheet data.
Those are not on.
Those are not in this packet.
Correct.
Well, I don't think the traffic study could have been included if you've got a 139-page presentation, and what we got was a traffic study that's 207 pages. So it exceeds the total of what was given you planning.
So to clarify, I was incorrect in stating what I said earlier. And I think what the planning director is trying to communicate is that the way that the package was provided to planning commission is different than it is for you tonight. And it was an additional attachment that wasn't a part of the hard packet. But we need to go back and look at what the planning one sent out to planning commission and see what other additional attachments were provided with that.
Are,
Are you saying?
are
the
you able to
traffic-
check that?
The TIS was in the documents on demand? Okay.
Are you able to do that? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we, while that's being looked at. Well, no, I mean, there could be other questions, and I know Steve has some comments and questions he would like to have addressed. So while that's being looked at, we'll continue on with questions and comments for applicant and staff.
All right, so I have a couple questions about the site in general. So on the use table, this convenience store with gas, I think is what it's called, is allowed on the use table. However, the exit from here, the intersection that comes out onto Jackson Creek Parkway, which is currently rated as a F and changes when the light gets turned in there. But if the use table says that this is available and you've got two more lots there, what happens if, say, Chick-fil-A picks lot 2 and In-N-Out picks lot 3? That's outside of this particular use, but what would happen when that comes to the planning department? Yeah, if you're going to make a statement, please come up front.
On trying to attract tenants to the other lots 3 and 4, and they're looking for a sit-down restaurant, not a Chick-fil-A or In-N-Out. I've talked to Chick-fil-A, I've talked to In-N-Out. They don't want to come up here. They say they're too close by where they are right now. So I've talked to them, so that's a no. Anyway, sit-down restaurants is what they're classically like to see on those lots.
Well, I get that. I'm just saying if it came before us, what would that do to us as far as having to approve something that we know that is already? So I guess where I'm going back with this is this traffic study that we have here shows an additional 1,000 cars per day over what it did originally, or 1,000 trips per day over what it did originally. And if you get more high generation traffic there and intersections that are already a problem, then how are we allowed to regulate that? Because in the preliminary and final PUDs approval process, it states in there that it has to have sufficient traffic generation, but that's a subjective term. So how can, we're putting in high traffic generation uses right now. And the Whataburger has queuing areas that go out onto Jackson Creek Parkway for when they open, because they don't know how much traffic that they're going to generate, which wraps all the way around Laughing Lab Way right in front of the Maverick. So that prevents cars from even getting into the Maverick. It's the original problem here is the sketch plan got changed, and all those uses were supposed to be midway down Jackson Creek Parkway, and now they're all on that corner, and there's supposed to be apartments up there originally. So it's creating a traffic mess. And maybe with full build out, it will be fine. But right now it's not. And so back to that question. And then I got other questions, but back to that question. So how do we regulate what goes in on lots 2 and 3 if this goes in there? Because now you've got a Whataburger and you've got a Maverick that are 2 high traffic generation uses. Do you have an answer for that? Or
An answer for you.
So that's where I would go back to the staff. So April or Jeff, if those uses come in at a later date, how does that get regulated?
When it comes to traffic, staff leans on the support of our traffic engineer, who is with our third-party support, and we rely on them on their professional knowledge and expertise to process and approve these traffic impact studies. They do these TISs at the lot level. So for this particular application, for this Maverick, they're looking at just the inputs of what is being generated by that lot 1 coming in. And they're adjusting those numbers on the original TIS for Jackson Creek Parkway with these new numbers that come in with the real application that comes in. And so I believe Mark Kritzmiller, you're online. And Mark, if you'd like to weigh in here from a traffic engineering standpoint, or maybe perhaps Michael Hugh, and give maybe some more direct answers to Mayor Pro Tem King, please do so.
Yeah, just
those would be our traffic engineers.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, well, if you want to move one of them up to speak, I can add something to this.
Gonna start with Mark Kitzmiller first. Loud mic, you need to unmute your mic at home.
Good evening, Council. Mr. Mayor, can everyone hear us?
Oh, we hear you.
We hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am not the traffic engineer, but I just wanted to weigh in on that question.
Wait, who is this person?
This
is your engineer?
Oh, consultant. Okay.
Okay.
Consultant.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Right. Okay, back to the question, if you, in case you need to hear it again, the question is that there's 2 high traffic generation businesses right on that corner, and there's 2 lots left that are also allowed uses would be a In-N-Out and a Chick-fil-A, whatever, other high traffic generation businesses, which would overload that area if it's not already overloaded. So how do you regulate that in the future?
I'm going to defer to Mike Hugh in a minute. He's also with me at Jacobs. This is Mark Kitzmiller speaking. But there is a master traffic study done at the time that the entire preliminary PUD is created, which establishes general principles for the development, including traffic volumes that are anticipated for the various lots and users. I would imagine there are thresholds that cannot be exceeded based on that preliminary PUD without special exceptions or additional reviews and processing at the town. I'll bounce to Mike now. He's our technical traffic engineer, and I think his hand is up. He may be, if he can be unmuted, I think he can pick up where I left off.
I just allowed him.
There we go. I got it now. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah, you guys were right on. The master TIS for this area, includes a handful of uses, and pretty much the only things that are left are strip retail plazas. So if someone came in to look at lot 2, 3, whatever, and they didn't fit that land use description, a further study would have to be done, and specific trip generation would have to be done based on what was being proposed on those 2 lots. And then analysis would have to be done based on that trip generation. And that would provide a level of service for the movements at whatever intersections they look at, probably similar, the same intersections as they're looking at with Maverick. And that would tell you, that would give you a picture of what that would do traffic wise.
Okay, so the Whataburger right now has queuing lanes that go all the way out onto Jackson Creek Parkway. So how is that going to work with the Maverick going in there? When they came in to do their presentation, they had queuing lanes all the way out into the right turn lane going south from on Jackson Creek Parkway, turning into Laughing Lab Way and wrapping all the way around the block, going in through the Whataburger and back out the other side and then heading south again. That was their presentation. How is that accounted for in all this?
I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that's a temporary condition in the sense that a Whataburger from its time of inception to years and years down the road will not generate that much traffic. So when you look at a fast food restaurant and you look at trips being generated by it, it's an average. It doesn't. I think In-N-Outs kind of fall under a same umbrella maybe as a Whataburger. And so those special uses, if you will, aren't long term. So as far as kind of what happens in the short term, traffic impact studies don't cover that or mitigate that. That would be something either, and this is just me talking here, that Whataburger would mitigate and set up a traffic control plan potentially of who's going to be monitoring that, what they're going to do, what their contingency is, that type of stuff.
Okay.
Just a quick question. And so this is, again, traffic related. So hopefully you can dispel this misperception. So Whataburger wants to build, so they do a traffic study that's created around Whataburger going up, right? Whataburger gets approved. it's not built yet, it's not generating traffic, but then now we have a second site that wants to build. And so a second traffic study is done based on that site. But the traffic that will be generated by Whataburger, the approved, that hasn't been built yet, is not generating traffic other than construction, which probably doesn't get counted. So this second site gets approved based off of the traffic that's available, but to me, my perception is you're not counting the traffic that will be generated by the sites after they're built and they're active. And so these sites are getting approved. To me, my perception, and this is where you come in, my perception is that these sites are not accounting for the full traffic volume that will be generated 2-3 years down the road when all of this stuff is built. And then people are wondering who approved this mess? Why didn't they account for the traffic that would be generated by these 4 sites? Can you dispel that perception, or like
I can talk to it, sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so those trip generation tables that you see in traffic impact studies, those numbers are generated off of people going to similar land use sites and counting traffic, right? So if we just talk about Whataburger, it falls under the general category of fast food with a drive-through, right? That number that's generated, those trips that are generated is not looking specifically at Whataburgers or anything like that. It's looking at any fast food restaurant with a drive-through. So it is not an exact science of trip generation. You know, these rates are averages across a wide sample. And so you are correct that a Whataburger could certainly generate more traffic. It could certainly generate less traffic. People, when you look at single family homes, maybe people take less trips because they work at home now, that they don't go out as much, those types of things. So there's a lot of give and take in those numbers, but it's a standard practice to use that. And it's a best quote unquote guess. It's a scientific, it's put together scientifically, but it is a best estimate guess, however you want to say that.
Okay. So thank you. So it's taking sampling sizes, irrespective of brand name,
exactly,
X, Y, and so forth. And statistically, it's showing what in theory let's call it a fast food restaurant with drive-through generates X, a sit-down restaurant generates Y, so on and so forth.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Correct. You could go into the manual and you could look at where all the plots or all the points are plotted, and there's a line of regression in there, and you can tell how well it's fitted to that curve and yada, yada, yada. It's done statistically. Yep.
So back to Steve's question is, because I think this is where some of us, if not all of us, are having a tough time wrapping our heads around, is these lots. When you say that, whatever, Laughing Lab is LOSF, but with the changes to Jackson Creek, it's going to go back to, it'll drop down to B. Does it remain B if and when 2 and 3 get filled by whatever? Does it remain B, or is it based off of what goes into 2 and 3?
It would be, so to answer the first question, in a TIS, and I'll have to, there might be some confusion on what was presented and stuff, so I'll kind of leave it vague at this moment and maybe circle back with Jeff on what's being shown and handed out and things like that. But this version that I'm looking at, Fat Tire Jackson Creek Parkway, in the long term, which is 2040, at full build out of this entire parcel, all lots, Fat Tire signalized is a level of service B.
Gotcha. Okay.
And-
That's very thorough or very looking out. That's good to know. You know, and again, for us to hold hostage anybody, whether it's any business as a result of what else is going to be there, is completely unfair, unreasonable. And if you're going to wait for 3 or 4 businesses to magically appear at once to make a decision is also unreasonable. And moving into Village Center, filing 1 in 2007 and living there till 2019 for 12 years and watching that thing go from Village Center 1, 2, 3, 4, watching every restaurant fail there until Back East arrived. We thought the place was cursed. And then Come and Go showed up. And you know what? And having at one time 4 drivers in a family, because I had 2 teenage drivers plus my former wife and I there. And coming out Knollwood when there was no other roundabout up there by where LDS was, and everything was fine except for one time when the dance class let out. Okay, it had nothing. Come and Go caused me no traffic problems ever. I never complained about, oh my, there's so many cars coming in and out of Come and Go and getting gas. No, Whataburger might cause some traffic, but I don't see how a Maverick is going to cause that much mass traffic, because Come and Go didn't. It never did. And nobody ever complained about dance class in a public meeting except for waiting 3 left turn lights when 40 cars all came out at one time. That doesn't happen in a gas station or at a convenience store.
Okay. Go ahead. So when the master development was done, a master traffic study was completed, and your consultant can confirm this or not. At that time, there weren't really anything that was designated for that, like the Maverick, like the Whataburger and everything else. So they do the highest and best use for those lands, and they take those numbers and what the traffic would be generated for those uses, and they come up with a baseline. Then as we come in, like the Whataburger and Maverick, we actually will say, okay, now this is what Maverick will produce. And then do we meet that baseline that was set for that master TSI? So when we came in, we amended to that, and we had to meet those those qualifications that are underneath that. So I think for your question was, how do they look at the cumulative impacts of all 4 of these lots? Well, it's already set. And then as other developments will come in or other uses will come in, they'll look at that and they'll say, okay, for a Chick-fil-A, because Chick-fil-A loves to queue them out a mile down the road, you know, they would say, all right, maybe that's not, it wouldn't meet the criteria that was set by the master traffic study.
Except I wonder if Chick-fil-A comes knocking at the door after Maverick is in and we've got all of our roads at the ultimate level, do we have and this is a question for our town attorney and planning, are we going to be able to deny that Chick-fil-A? Because we know
they're going to be lined up.
We know what their traffic is going to do to Jackson Creek Parkway and all the interior roads. If it's a traffic issue, do we not have the ability to deny a use after? I mean, because let's just assume for the sake of argument that Maverick and Whataburger fill the queue of what is available for that road, right? Without exceeding what its limitations are. The next set of uses that come in, if we get a Chick-fil-A, can we deny it legally?
So Mayor, and I just consulted with our town attorney on this. I think you bring up a good question. I think you brought up a good question earlier, and I cannot verify that we provided the same information to the Planning Commission that we provided to you. And if we have not, I think you need to continue this until we can provide the same information to our Planning Commission that we are providing to you right now.
Right, that would be the least of what
Okay.
we should do.
And that's a good idea, but before it goes back to there, I have some questions about Jackson Creek Parkway that should get on the record. and maybe make it back and maybe not, but at least it will address some things that I have. Okay. So Jackson Creek Parkway, the newer work that was done on the north end by Classic. What happens to that at full build out? Do those lanes stay as is and the median gets built over the top of the lanes that are there and they get extended? Or does that get ground up and get taken out and new lanes get put in?
I'll have to look at the design for the ultimate. That right there is interim improvements. And so some of that stays where it's at, but some of it will get ground up and widened and have additional improvements made to it for the ultimate condition.
And the sidewalks go in when?
Right. When we build the ultimate, the sidewalks and bike lanes will go in. We have sidewalks and bike lanes.
See, so here's the problem that I have. These businesses move in and we've got some temporary uses going on up there, or we got some temporary lanes going on there right now. And then those get torn out and now the traffic gets rerouted. At the same time, we've got 105 and all this other stuff going on. And it's a construction zone while people are trying to get in and out of Whataburger or Maverick or whatever else is going in there, that it will be worse than it is right now, because now it's going to go back to 2 lanes as they're doing construction or however it gets rerouted. I mean, I really think this road needs to be finished up there before we start putting in more businesses. And I don't have a problem with the Maverick. It's an allowed use there. I would rather not see another gas station 350 feet, but it's an allowed use. But we can't be creating more issues for the people that use that road. It's the only north-south road over on that side. And it's kind of a mess. And you know,
That's an understatement.
well, I'm being nice,
Yeah.
but and 105 changes, the route changes every other day, and it's confusing. And
You know, it would be really nice to if you guys, when we're doing anything like this, if I was doing this from a business point of view, I would have a breakdown and overlay with every type of meeting like this, showing a timeline of how everything gets put together. This is when 105 is done. This is when Jackson Creek's done. This is when this is going to open. This is when this is going to open. How is it all coming together would make this so much easier to see.
because the truth of the matter is we've got what, 400 or so units that are approved over there right now, or 500. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
We've got apartments that are approved, and we got the Whataburger that's approved. And we have
at
no
least another
idea.
5 years of road construction.
We have no idea when 105 is going to get done. If we had, emergency evacuations, we're going to have giant issues.
What I mean by that is I'm not beating on staff at all. What I'm saying is I think a lot of discussion, a lot of questions, and a lot of time at these meetings would be eliminated if we saw a master plan picture visually of this is like on a screen. 105 is done this time. Jackson Creek's done this time. That's when this business is tended to open. That's when this business tends to open. And it might bring a lot more clarity to when all this might actually kind of come together. And maybe some of the problems wouldn't even exist because this wouldn't even be open until this is done. It might help a lot.
Yeah, do you have a timeline? If this were to have been approved tonight, if it doesn't have to go back to the planning commission, when do you expect to break ground and when do you expect to be open? Summer, fall 2024. And you're looking at 6 to 8 months.
The detailed construction, well, and then do all our architectural. So we have to go from the building permit. So if 3 to 4 months with that, I would say. And then after that, we have to put it out to bid and we have to, do all that stuff. So we're looking so.
All right, I think in fairness to the planning commission, they should get the same packet that we got. And I would, unless Steve, you've got more concerns or.
No.
I wanted to finish up what he started though.
Okay.
What he just started right now. So you said you would break ground summer, fall of 24 and doors would open then when?
It's usually a 6 to 8 month build. process.
Beginning of 25,
Yes.
spring 25. When is 105 supposed to be done? See, this is the kind of
2026.
26. And when do we feel Jackson Creek will be done?
2026.
Okay, and when are you gonna, well, you and I had a conversation, one-on-one about you coming back to us with some more Jackson Creek information, and I'd like to talk about, even if we had to maybe even do bonds to get that done as quickly as possible. We're gonna look like morons if we don't get that done as quickly as possible and just finish that thing. That'd be great.
This road area that we have to, we can't impact the 30,000 plus people. And you're riding you're going right past my house every day. So you know it, you know how slow it's moving and the lane shifting. We cannot do more damage to the residents in the region,
So
right?
can I,
So go ahead.
no, I haven't, Jim, so you keep focusing in on the road in 105, right? And the
Well, I was
fixing.
wondering.
So my question, my question is, because I think, I'm gonna say, I think differently, because yes, 105 is changing, 105 is gonna expand, but yet that doesn't change the fact that there are 5 lights that are within a half mile. And in these traffic studies, and I'll remind you this, one of those traffic studies that was done was during COVID. So there's less traffic on the road, but yet they did studies about 105. They're in these multiple traffic studies and their estimates too, where they looked at the traffic off of Woodmore Drive coming on to 105. But there's, like you said earlier, there's these lanes on 105 going westbound, but it's only comes down to just 1 or 2 lanes that are going to that 4 lanes go down to 2 lanes, just like it is now, to go across the overpass to get onto 25. The road's still narrow. They still become a choke point along with all these lights. So is it really easing anything? And then I might have said it in your ear, but I worry about the emergency evacuation. With all these homes going in, a multifamily, apartment, whatever, that is this going back to the municipal code that I asked about before? Does this less in 18.03.410, the purpose, number 12, lessen the burden of traffic on streets and highways? And then you go back into the preliminary sketch D5. What's the benefit to the town? Is this business the ideal for number 12 convenience/gas station in Monument? By having a sit-down restaurant in that lot instead, that's going to shut down at night, that won't have the 24/7 traffic in that's going to be a congested area, because years ago they switched where it was supposed to be, and now they put it up into a choke point up closer to 105 on Jackson Creek.
So I have something to say real quickly. I get your point. I appreciate all the homework that you did, Ken, and all the conversation that's happened. I guess my question would be, and I don't know if this would be to Jeff, our town staff, is that we approved these changes. We approved to make that area, the multi-use. I mean, it is off of a freeway. What did we expect? And I guess going forward, if we do approve those things, can we put bounds around those and say, it shall not be a gas station, it shall be a sit-down area? I mean, is that even legal to do that if it is mixed use?
That's why I was asking if we get to the point where Maverick was approved and Whataburger is
Sure.
approved, and those 2 remaining sites were to exceed the traffic that the road was designed to handle at ultimate build out, what is our legal ability to change the use? If someone comes to the town and they say, we want to put a Chick-fil-A there, can we say, sorry, it won't work traffic wise, you can't come here to that spot? I want Bob to answer.
Yeah, so if they're subject to a preliminary or final PUD plan approval, put in the Chick-fil-A, traffic circulation is one of the criteria, adequate traffic circulation. So you could.
Okay. All right.
I think that we have consensus in the fact that it needs to go back to the planning commission. We have more business to do,
Yeah,
right?
correct. I agree with you. So at this point, unless there's no other questions or comments for staff or the applicant, I would be looking for a motion to continue this after this goes back to the planning commission. And what is the next planning commission date?
December 10th.
December 10th. So
And-
then technically this could come to us. And now you have 45 days, right? There's a time limit.
So that would be the first in February.
January 2nd.
No,
No.
that's not 45 days.
Well, they have to have it within 45 days.
Oh,
To the December meeting?
Are you looking for a safe date for us to move this to?
yes.
But-
But here, they're saying that they can't do
Yeah.
December.
So they're gonna,
So April, what
they're
would
gonna
be,
have to renotice this. We are required to renotice
To
it,
the
so you
public hearing.
probably won't see this come to you until February or March.
so do you want us to just continue it indefinitely or to a specific date?
That's.
And then so then what would be the next date you want us to re-see it? That gives adequate notice for everybody and posting for the public?
Yep.
What's
Yeah, February what? What's the,
5th?
February 5th.
I make a motion to continue this till the February 5th meeting.
we have a motion, we have second. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Erickson, did you pick that up? Okay.
Okay, let me
Making a motion to continue ordinance number 24-2023 and the rest of the language to February 5th, 2024.
second.
Motion and a second, again.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanello.
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple,
No, for the fact that I believe it does not meet the criterion D5 18 TAC 03 TAC 450.
okay. Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind.
Yes. All right, that motion passes 6-1. Okay,
Thank you, gentlemen.
next ordinance number 25-2023, an ordinance establishing the Council District Advisory Commission. Mr. Cole.
Sorry. I could punch that. This comes before you because your charter sets up a structure that elects 2 council members each from 2 residential districts that I'll just generally refer to as council districts. The charter actually sets up 2 districts, but it also provides that those districts can be revised as needed to conform with legal requirements. And the charter sets out a general legal requirement of population, equal population. Constitutional law and actually some additional statutory law impose other requirements, and primarily on the constitutional side, those requirements are to avoid discriminating based on race, also to implement the constitutional requirement of one person, one vote. That's why we look at kind of a population type analysis, and then racial equality. And then there's other factors that go into looking at these districts when they're established to make sure they don't inappropriately disqualify various categories of people. The real issue here is taking a look, coming up with a system to take a look at these two districts, determine whether they meet the requirements or they don't. If they don't, to come back to council with a recommendation that would be adopted by ordinance, and doing all this in time to be implemented before your November election. That requires, if we stay with regular meetings of the council, that would require that ordinance be approved by April 15th. So we've set out a timeline that we would suggest that be used, and a process of appointing an advisory commission. Under your charter, you can appoint commissions. You have to do that by ordinance. That's why we proposed an ordinance here. The schedule would be for you to go forward with an ordinance tonight, and we've got a proposed ordinance, and that can be tailored to how you think this commission, if you agree that's the way to go, how you believe that commission should be put together. But we really would require the work of the commission be conducted in January and February, looking at demographic data, a lot of voter information, and demographic data, make sure that these districts as currently configured are sufficient, or if they're not, come back with recommendations to make them sufficient. And then we proposed a joint meeting between council and planning commission to coincide with one of your meetings on March 4th, and if needed, a second meeting on March 18th to get input on how of the options that would be presented, and then bringing that back to you April 1st by ordinance, and with a backup of April 15th if needed, so that we give you plenty of time to consider this. So the ordinance itself sets up a commission to accomplish that. It would, as we've proposed it, a 6-person commission, 4 members designated by the town council, and then 2 members being the town manager or his designee, the planning director or her designee. The reason for those, the planning director is used to dealing with a lot of the kind of information that's got to be analyzed and has access to that. So that's why I thought that was helpful. Town manager brings a lot of qualifications, and then town council appointees, would be 4 of those members. The way the ordinance proposes is 2 of the commission members appointed by the town council would be town council members. I think it's important for you to have a voice in the whole process, and be able to kind of keep track of that. And then 2 commission members appointed by the town council as proposed in the ordinance would be planning commission members. Again, they're used to dealing with this. Now, I did get feedback from at least 2 council members that believed it was important to have members of the public on this commission. So I want you to think about that. That could be 2 more members, or you could decide to replace 2 of what's in here. Your choice. The way it's set up, no compensation for any of the members unless they're town employees, and then they just get paid however they would. If they're exempt, they don't get paid anymore. If they're hourly, they get paid more. Town council has ultimate approval to remove any member. If the town manager appoints a designee or the planning director appoints a designee, they could remove their members, but so could you. Whoever appoints the member gets to reappoint somebody if there's a vacancy. There is an error in the ordinance in section 7. It talks about the term of the appointees. And the term is laid out here in the proposed ordinance. It would terminate if the council approves a resolution or an ordinance adopting changes to those districts, or May 9th. That's the drop dead date to do something that's going to be effective for your November election. In stating that date, we said 2023, it's 2024. So that's the change to section 7. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for catching that. And then as put in the ordinance currently, town attorney would be advising the commission and reviewing their recommendations to make sure that they comply with these legal requirements. Be happy to answer questions.
In page 361, what's the total number of members of this commission?
6.
6
Okay.
or 8 if we added 2.
Yeah, section 3.
So you got two town council members, 2 planning commissioners, the town manager or a designee, town planning director. So first off, I think we need an odd number. And I think only qualified electors in the town should be able to do it. So I don't believe all of town staff live in the town. So if the town manager were to be on it, that would be fine because we know he lives in the town. He's required to. Not everybody else is. So you could assign somebody else who lived in the town. So that would that's a town employee. That would, I mean, I'm looking at one person who I know lives in the town. Not sure if she would want to participate or not, but I do believe we need to have citizen engagement. There was a lot of consternation about the fact that people believed we illegally gerrymandered our districts, which is total poppycock. It is based on head count of the people and a line drawn around developments. But in order to assure that we don't get accused of gerrymandering again, I want to make sure that we find at least one person that is willing to sit on the commission with those members that have been selected by the council and the planning commission and town staff that lives in the town. And I don't know if we've got anybody online that is a town resident that wants to volunteer, or if there's somebody who is in the audience who wants to volunteer. Obviously, we're not going to just select a random citizen, but we definitely need to have citizen engagement in this. I mean, it impacts the citizens. And so therefore, I think since we're forming a new commission, we should get at least one.
So I have a question for you as well.
Oh, there's one we can volunteer.
Yeah, there's one right there.
She stood up.
I second. All in favor? Aye.
Terry's on. Okay. So I have a question because I would volunteer for this, but I was the chair of the Home Rule Charter Commission. Is that a conflict?
No. It's not a legal conflict.
there-
You may
and-
be accused of having conflicts of interest
Well,
at a
yeah,
political
that
level, but it's
happens a
not a
lot.
legal conflict.
But, and the only reason that I bring it up, there's only one reason that I bring it up. The only reason that I bring it up is because I know, well, and so do a couple people here, so either one of them could do the same thing. But I know the reason for the districts to begin with. And it had to do with the Monument Water District not being represented, and the monument water rates are set by council here. And in previous councils, there's been 6 or even 7 people that lived outside of the Monument Water District. And that was the whole entire point of that. I also believe that if April's willing to do it, even though she's not a resident of the town, the planning director has a lot of input on stuff like this, as Megan did when we did the home rule charter. So I would, even though she doesn't live in the town, I would prefer that if she wants to be on it, that she is on it.
Well,
And-
nothing's stopping her from advising a commission. If you can't vote in the town, they shouldn't set conditions. That's my whole point. I mean, when we formed the charter commission, you had to be a qualified elector. So there's nothing preventing her from providing assistance. I mean, Bob is our attorney and he's going to be providing the legal assistance.
Okay, well, that's a fair point. As long as we can have, as long as this commission can have expert help, because figuring out the population of the town is a moving target and it's really difficult. And when we did this, we did a lot of projections based on what we thought was going to get built. And some of those things got built and some didn't. And so I'm not exactly sure how close we are right now. I know we have to be within 5%?
5 to 10, so most of the law on this comes out of congressional redistricting, and it's really difficult to bring it down to the municipal level. There is some case law on the municipal level that recognizes that and recognizes that you may not be able to get it as close. So I can't necessarily tell you what the number is.
Oh, and it depends on how old the data is too, right? Because we've got, Willow Springs is a perfect example. There's people moving in there every single day.
Yeah.
And we probably have a hard time figuring out how many people living in there.
Well, and then if we would have to also consider, because the election would be November 2024, what will be the expected population of voters on Monument Junction? Right? That's the other area that's being developed.
So do we make projections or do we just go by current data and we can't really make projections?
That was going to be my question. Don't we go by the census?
So these are all great questions for the commission.
Right.
If you're wanting to kind of along tonight.
No, that's.
And I'd be happy to discuss them with you. But they really are considerations for the commission, not on how you set up the commission.
Right.
And again, the law is not absolutely clear on either of these questions. You don't just consider census data.
Okay, so two town council, 2 PC, 2 town staff and 1 citizen. That gives us 7 people. So if there's a vote for something, I'm assuming they're going to vote on something.
As what we propose, is they will give a recommendation and options.
Would it be beneficial, just gonna throw it out, to have one person from the planning commission, one person from the council, and 3 citizens for more input?
We can't 3 tonight unless people online. I mean, I see some people online that I recognize. We would not be able to get the timing down.
Okay.
Because we do have a deadline to submit to the county recorder.
By when?
May
9th.
May 9th.
Yeah.
May 9th.
Yeah.
And so since we're not having another meeting this year, I think we would be hard pressed to, as it is, when is the next when's the next planning commission meeting?
The 13th of December.
13th of December. So at the 13th of December meeting, we have to have 2 people named to this commission.
That are monument electors.
Well, they have to be. They can't be on the planning.
Put it out for citizens then to come forward at the first January meeting and make a decision of the citizens then?
If that's enough time on Bob's book.
So we did build into this some extra time. Remember, there's 2 meetings that are set for kind of joint meetings with the planning commission and then 2 meetings for ordinance review. So if you want to push it to January 2nd, I think we can still get it done, but we'll have to get moving fast after that.
Okay, so as far as approval of this ordinance goes, is the language in the ordinance doesn't need to be modified in order to change the people that will sit on the commission.
Is establishing the commission versus having the people two separate issues, or is it the same?
So it could be broken out, but there's really no value in doing that.
So then we should.
So just kick it to January 2nd.
Kick it to January 2nd. Tell us the revisions you think you're gonna approve in
All
January
right, so let's
2nd, and we'll
let's
make-
just take the pulse. Two TC, two PC, two town staff that live in the town, one citizen.
Do we have two town staff that will do this?
Or no, or
Oh, yeah.
citizens.
Or
and-
two citizens and the town manager. I'm fine with that
Let's
too.
Do that. I think that's better.
Two citizens?
Yeah. Two citizens and the town manager, and then input from the attorney and the planning director as consultants.
I'm fine with that. So that
What
gives
if we
us
can't, what if we can't get two citizens?
out of 10,000.
I think we can get, but then we'll make a modification vote on January 2nd. But let's shoot for that.
Okay.
Let's shoot for two citizens.
I like it again.
Okay.
Okay, so we need a motion to continue.
I make a motion to continue ordinance number 25, 2023, and ordinance establishing a council district advisory commission to January 2nd.
Second.
A motion and a second to continue ordinance 25, 2023.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple,
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes?
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanello.
Yes.
That motion passes 7-0. Next up, Mike's buying land, ordinance number 26, 2023.
You going?
Ordinance authorizing the purchase of the Brower property. Make it quick, Mike.
Yes, sir. On September 5th, 2023, you authorized me to acquire real estate property described as Lot 2, Block 1, Buttonwood Park subdivision right behind our windows here. I've been in negotiation with Highland Commercial Real Estate Services. Mr. Mark Huesman is here to answer any questions. Originally, this property was offered for $265,000. We said we would purchase it for $220,000. The property owners have agreed to that price, and we are under contract. And so we have done a survey. We've got title insurance. We've got a certificate of taxes due. We've got an Alta commitment and estimate of title fees and everything that's required to purchase land. And we are prepared to purchase this land with the approval of the town council. Be glad to answer any questions you have.
All right, we have any questions on the dirt that's 2 lots over?
I have one.
All right, here we go.
Okay, on the GIS site, it talks about these lots that are here, and the legal description has been modified for this one and the adjacent one that says, and I don't remember the exact language, but it had to do with the vacated easement. Is the easement between this property going across the next property to get to that property, is that still in effect, or is that vacated?
It is vacated.
So how do we get access to that?
We buy the land between it.
He's going to be monopolizing. There'll be a hotel and a.
So it has no access right now.
We can provide access from 105. Yeah, we have a easement access from 105.
And CDOT will let you do that?
Yes, we have that right here.
Permit.
Okay, have a permit.
I just don't want to get a landlocked piece of property that.
No, we are actually, Mark Huesman has been helping with the negotiations with the landowner next door to us. And hopefully he will be a lot more amenable than he was last year.
So if you have this one, the one next door, and then the one over, what would end up being put on these properties?
Well, that would be up to the council ultimately, but we would bring back to you the opportunity to expand town hall for other purposes, such as a police station, or the police station could be here and we would expand town hall over there. And additional parking for this area.
Okay.
Yes.
That was my big question.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Foreman?
I
Uh,
just one cheeky little question. Do we had, is this a plan to rename Monument Foreman? Okay, just asking.
Oh, you know what?
It's only about 72 acres that I've purchased in 5 years.
So this is a public hearing item. As was the last one, sort of, but we continued that, so we didn't really vote on it. But if there's anybody here that would like to speak as to why we should or should not purchase the lot 2 acres over, feel free to speak up. Come on down. Okay, seeing none. Anybody online?
And showing that, Mayor.
Okay. Then we'll bring it back to the council for further discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 26-2023, an ordinance authorizing the purchase of the Brower property.
Second.
Motion a second. Ms. Erickson. But you can't wait for everything to get automated.
Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanello.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes, on the condition that it does not become a pickleball court.
Yeah. Can't promise that, sir.
Councilmember Kimball.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. That motion passes 7-0. Next up, we have several discussion items. The first being the standards of conduct, which has been worked on by multiple council members. There's been feedback provided to our attorney. This is a charter item that we will get to cross off the list once we vote on it. This is just, I assume, to read a final discussion on it. Was really hoping we would get this before the end of the year, but we're not having any more meetings. So Bob, take it away.
Yeah, so Mayor's exactly right. This is a charter requirement. The first page of this document does include your charter sections that call out this requirement that the council adopt an ordinance setting forth standards of conduct. It gives some other information on what that's to include and the like. I was planning on going through this very quickly for you to summarize it. And the intent was to allow any other comments. This is being kind of polished up to bring back to you as an ordinance to consider for adoption. So again, this comes with an overlay of, you have a charter requirement that says you'll put in place standards of conduct. In the absence of that, there are statutory requirements that have applied to the town forever. Well, not forever, but since they were adopted 20 years ago, at least. And then there's constitutional requirements that were adopted, I think it was 2008. And so all three of those kind of come into play in this document, because this document really carries forward all of those requirements, or most of those requirements, and then actually imposes some additional. So I would view this document as setting standards that you're adopting under your home rule powers as your standards, but they're as equally strict and in some cases more strict than what you'd have otherwise. So if you believe in strong, strict ethical standards, this goes that direction as opposed to lightening up ethical requirements. So jumping in here, looking at the beginning of the document, Title 2 of the Title 2 is where it would go in your code. Chapter 260 provides some legislative intent, and just suffice it to say that it is to establish high ethical standards, conduct, honesty, integrity, accountability. it recognizes what I just said in terms of the Colorado Constitution. Now, that constitutional provision says that if you're a home rule municipality and you adopt standards and they're at least equally as strong as what's in the Constitution, constitutional stuff no longer applies. And so that includes having matters decided, your ethical issues decided by the State Independent Ethics Commission. Now, there's a little bit of perhaps disagreement on that point that's going to be litigated in the next year or two. It's coming up, I believe, out of the city of Glendale. But that's what the Constitution says. And that's what all municipal attorneys believe. And there may be a difference in opinion coming out of the Independent Ethics Commission, but that's what this document says and stands on. This document covers, and I'm going into to page 4 now. This document goes beyond just elected officials, and that's what your charter says, adopt an ethics code for elected officials. This document goes beyond that and deals with appointed officials and employees also. And that's the way state statute is structured currently. Your employees already have to abide by statutory ethical requirements that are very similar to what's in here. There's a number of definitions. Many of these either are verbatim statutory requirements, in some cases the constitutional, or they're very similar. But again, they go out and go farther. Examples of going farther under the statutory requirements, it really focuses on the person that's being regulated. So the elected official, the appointed official, the employee, and whether, for instance, they have a personal financial interest. It doesn't consider next of kin, immediate family, close relations. This document kind of expands that and says we are going to consider those relationships in looking at whether a conflict exists. So it also defines very clearly what a relative is, what immediate family members are. So we know who we're talking about when we start applying this. Article 2 talks about prohibited acts, talks about prohibited gifts. This is very consistent with statutory requirements currently in place and that you have to deal with. The exceptions also deal with that. So for instance, I'm looking now at page 7 going on to 8. Exceptions that aren't considered gifts include unsolicited items of $1 value that get defined under the Constitution and get increased every year or so based on inflation. So fraudulent activities prohibited. That it's already the things that are described at the bottom of page 9 going on to 10 under fraudulent activity. Those are already criminal offenses. So anybody that wants to do that has pretty substantial risk associated, but it's also deemed a violation of these standards of conduct. And for instance, if a member of the elected or appointed council member, appointed board members, employees, clearly allows you to remove them if they do those things. And that is a penalty that shows up in the penalty section. Conflicts of interest, those are defined under 260, 225, starting at the bottom, page 5. Again, these are fairly consistent with current statutory provisions. Prior employment, that is not a element that is in the current statutory code of ethics that would apply to you. What this says is you're not going to disqualify anybody from employment, but they can't take part in any matter for 6 months that during their employment they were involved in. So if for instance, you hired your planning director, if your planning director had worked for one of the developers coming before council, your planning director wouldn't be able to work on that project for at least 6 months post prior employment termination. Outside employment, again, you can't prohibit outside employment, especially of your employees, unless it impacts the job, but it does impose requirements that everybody report. Employees have to report through your HR department, others report through the town clerk. And that's so we can be alert to those kind of conflicts coming up. Page 13, again, concept of criminal offenses can be a real problem, and we're going to look at those. In the middle of that page, special considerations. This is kind of worded differently, but a concept that comes out of the statute. No person should request or grant a special consideration to anybody. I would highlight the request. So as appointed officials, as employees, as elected officials, you should never say, hey, can I get a deal? I'm a council member. Can I get a deal? I'm an employee. Can I get a deal on that ticket because I'm a member of? You don't do that. And this says, this is our policy. Yes, yes. No professional courtesies. And you don't ask for them. Also on 13, use of public property, this is usually understood, but you don't use public property for personal pursuits. I give the example of, you don't even start off taking the box. This doesn't apply to young people, but you don't start off taking the box of paper clips home, because sooner or later, then you're taking something much bigger. You just don't do that. And this says you don't do any of it. Now, young people don't use paper clips. It's all digital. So they don't know what that's about. Yeah. Bottom half of 14 going on to 15 a little bit. And I think we discussed this provision a little bit when we discussed this before with council. Discouraged acts. These are things that aren't technically prohibited, but we don't like the way they look. So we're going to tell people, please don't do these things. And that is a concept that comes out of the statutory code of ethics. The statutory code of ethics has prohibited acts and it has discouraged acts. So some people aren't really comfortable with that, because tell me what I can do, tell me what I can't do. Don't talk about the gray area. This is a discussion of gray area that doesn't look real good, but it's not technically prohibited. It's kind of a please don't do that. It has more teeth than that, but that really is kind of the way it goes. Next page, looking on to page 15, disclosure and recusal process. This really kind of sets out the requirement that if you have a conflict, if you have this kind of interest that creates a conflict, you have a duty to disclose, you have a duty to recuse yourself, you're not going to participate in the discussion. And again, this goes for anybody, any of these folks, employees, covers attorneys, covers your appointed judges. You're going to disclose it. You're not going to try to affect the discussion, the outcome of the decision, and you're certainly not going to take part in making the decision, voting on the thing. I just want to tell you that we are looking closely at the way this section is written. This whole code was kind of came from the Centennial Code. And so we're looking at the way this is currently written to make sure this reads consistent with your charter. Your charter has some very specific requirements for council, and that's that process we go through at the beginning of every meeting. For council members, you actually have to disclose in writing to the council. That's why you see those papers floating around every now and then. And you have to disclose in advance to the mayor, or if it's the mayor that has the conflict, to the mayor pro tem and to the town attorney before the meeting. And that process has been followed. But I'm just telling you that level of detail, that's a little bit different than the way this reads, and we're conforming what you're going to see in final form to what your charter actually says. Talks about challenges to a conflict of interest. This code, following that centennial format, allows anyone to challenge whether a council member or anyone else has a conflict of interest, including employees, and how it's being dealt with. Now, I would say that they bring it up, but then it has to go through your process, and this code is very clear. It does not give a private right of action, which means someone else cannot sue the town, cannot sue any of these folks that are regulated by this directly. This is a process that's intended to be kind of self-policing with the town. The town polices its council, polices its planning commission, polices its employees, all of its appointed officials. Doesn't allow someone else to take this to district court and have a judge decide it. Does provide the opportunity for advisory opinions and waivers on conflicts where I'm asked to give an opinion, and then as long as the facts that are stated in the opinion don't change, then a person can rely on that and they wouldn't get in trouble. That's a concept that is in the Colorado Constitution, and that's a role that the Independent Ethics Commission plays in providing advisory opinions. And that's really so that we can advise you and other employees and other appointed officials, is this a conflict? They don't have to go out and get their own attorney. They come to the town's attorney and we provide this advisory opinion. And then there's an enforcement process that's set out. I won't go through all the details of this, but it really contemplates a couple of different, first the filing of a complaint, but then a couple of different ways to resolve that if it's deemed that is likely to raise a real issue. And those various methods of chasing that down would be to assign it for an investigation, an informal administrative review, or a formal hearing. Each of those are described in great detail. And the preference that's stated in here is for this informal administrative review to try to resolve these things efficiently. That gets us up through about page 30. If it's an employee and there's an enforcement issue, it goes to the town manager. The town manager has to deal with it. And then the last part of this talks about removal from office for violations. And again, your charter does grant that ability. Again, where this is a section that we're looking at very closely, make sure it complies with your charter. Be happy to answer any questions.
If you have questions, feel free to ask Bob. He gets paid by the hour. If there are no questions, then my suggestion would be, as we have put this together with, thank you, Councilmember Chronic, for spearheading that, and Bob and your firm for going through it and the back and forth. Then what I would like to see is that, unless you respond to Bob, this is not the UCMJ. I'm just telling you that right now.
No, just.
Yeah, but what I'd like to see is if the final couple of weeks of the year, you get your questions and comments or concerns, because Bob is also submitting this to the town staff because it impacts them. They have already reviewed it and have provided their feedback as well, and last I know, they were in agreement with the current draft as it is today. So I would like to see us get this put into an ordinance for the beginning part of January, unless there's anything that delays us. I can't foresee it, but I could see smoke coming from Councilmember Kimple, so we should give him the opportunity to, no?
Just real quick, Bob, when it talks about removal from office, about not fails to attend 2 or more regular council meetings within the calendar year. Do we have to define, like, again, in person or online?
Yeah.
It's okay.
That's kind of what I want to conform with the charter, and what the charter says is it does give that opportunity for, and if you want to go back to page 1, it's laid out, these are verbatim, the charter provisions. Actually shows up on page 2, meeting attendance. That's straight out of the charter. Fail to attend either remotely or in person 2 or more regular meetings in a calendar year without prior notice, or 4 meetings, period, with or without notice. Under those circumstances, your charter says you can be removed, again, recognizing remote attendance. So,
And it says.
yeah, that it's not a requirement. It's the opportunity to be removed, but not the requirement. And so that's. So that last section of the ordinance, you're going to see it read much more closely to what your charter reads. It'll either read verbatim or it'll just reference the charter, but it won't read differently. I don't want any confusion. Bad drafting. If it says it one place, it's got to say it the same way every place, or you just refer back to the first.
So we had lots of discussion about that, and the reason it says may and not shall is because we had lots of discussion about what the voters wanted, and the voters voted that person in, and we didn't want to take that lightly. So that was the intent.
Well, and it's not in your charter. It won't be in this ordinance, but if you ever get to the point of doing that, I will advise you to go through a high level of process to make sure that the person gets an opportunity to respond to why they were absent, because you're in effect disenfranchising those voters that voted for that person, and the law recognizes that can be done, but you want to do that through a process, a due process. So, yeah, I don't think we have to plug that in. But yes, you're absolutely right. It's a high level decision. You don't just kick someone off.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cole. Before the end of the year, any questions, comments, or concerns, please get it so that Bob can disseminate what they are to the rest of the council and to town staff. We will move on to a discussion item by Chief Reagan on changes to the code enforcement fine schedule. Oh, he's going to come up.
Morning.
Second shift.
Yeah, looking at the mayor's face, I'm going to make this real quick.
Ooh.
Bob, hopefully you can chime in and speak a little bit, but I wanted to come before you because we had hoped to have something to present to you tonight, but we don't. There's a lot of work going into the code changes, and it's not just the low hanging fruit we'd been talking about. The more we'd gotten into it, we'd found a couple more things that needed tweaking, and everything we realized needed tweaking, we wanted to tweak. So it's not really a discussion unless you want to yell at me, but that's where we're at. We want to do it one time. We want to do it right. So that's where we're at with that. And if there's anything you want to add to, that'd be
If
great.
you want to yell at the chief, yell at me. I put the brakes on it.
Okay, no, that's fine, and I appreciate that you brought it to our attention, that you are finding things, the cobwebs that have obviously grown over the fees and what the fines or what's missing. So I'd rather you do it right the first time than come back and keep modifying it.
Great. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and
Yeah, I'm gonna go home now.
last but not least, TPACG Community Advisory Committee vacancy. I've been getting several emails from the person who previously held this position, including today. Maybe she didn't look at the agenda item to see that we.
That same one, I was like, what?
I know, right? I think, Terry, since you sat on it, I think it'd be good for the rest of the council to hear a very quick synopsis of what it entails. I will not be taking this role because I don't think I can anyway, because I'm already on the PPACG.
Yeah.
Right, so.
It's really supposed to be a citizen. So for the last 6 years, I have been representing the Town of Monument in the CAC, the Community Advisory Committee for the PPACG. And I'm termed out and we need to find someone new. The information, as Mitch knows, he's been attending the PPACG meetings. It's mostly transportation, infrastructure issues, and it requires someone that can look at the whole picture. You're not just there rooting for Monument. You're looking at what the needs around the Pikes Peak region are the worst. Like sometimes there's a safety issue. Sometimes there's a, traffic really increased somewhere, something down by Fort Carson. So it really needs to take someone that can take a look at all of that, and the committee, that's why they have citizens from all over the Pikes Peak region to vote on what's best for the Pikes Peak region and where to spend these dollars. Now, what is beneficial is, for me personally, is a lot of the projects, when they did come up for the Town of Monument, I am there to add some extra information for it or say why this is needed or whatever. So that's the benefit of why I feel it's very important to have someone there for the Town of Monument. There is no one right now really actively even representing the entire Pikes Peak or the northern El Paso County. Palmer Lake has a representative that doesn't go. NEPCO has a representative that doesn't go. And so there's really no one speaking for the northern El Paso County area. And so it just takes a normal citizen. They don't need to really have knowledge. You have to have, I think, a little bit of an interest in this because it's kind of dry material and you have to go through a lot of it to understand what is best for the community. But I don't have any recommendations, unfortunately, on who can take my place. You might want to put it out to the public.
It's appointed by the council?
It's appointed by the council.
Is there-
You
is there
literally
a
just need to
document that-
vote for it, send a letter into PPACG, and they're appointed.
Is there a document that they need to fill out?
Nope, just a letter.
All right, thank you, Haley, for volunteering. We can move on to the next. I know. I said Haley. Yeah. Okay, so staff direction is to probably publish something on social media, town webpage, looking for a citizen. It doesn't have to be a resident of Monument. I'm guessing it has to be representation from northern El Paso. So we want to make sure we.
They don't.
Okay, well, do you want to put a requirement on it or do you want to open it up to northern El Paso County people?
Baptist North.
Baptist North? Yeah, I mean, that's
Right.
83 to Red Rock, 83 to the mountain. Okay. Public comments. Is there anybody here who would like to make a public comment? Anybody online, Will, that would like to make a public comment? Okay, we have a council authorization item. Ms. Erickson.
Yes, so Terry Hayes and UCCS would like to do a presentation of interesting people in the Monuments Tri-Lakes area.
Well, that's subjective.
I can think of several.
And they would like to do this sometime in January. One of the meetings in January.
How about second meeting in January? Because we got a bunch of stuff already.
Yeah.
Pack the January 2nd meeting.
Yeah.
January
So
16th.
good deal. All right. Council comments. Are there any members?
I got one more
Oh.
council authorization.
Oh, you
I'd
do?
like to add, sir. The reason why we packed this agenda is I had heard that there potentially could be, since we got the budget approved, potential for the council to cancel the December 18th meeting.
Are you all waiting for that?
That's the only reason they're here.
The only reason why. I think we already did, but if we need to reiterate it.
Please cancel the December 18th meeting.
And to that point, because this is recorded, there is nothing anybody in the public that can do that will bring the town staff or the council back for a second meeting. I'm putting the gauntlet down. We are not playing this game like we did last year and ruining people's vacations and their holidays. So you are off the rest of the year from meetings.
So I was gonna say, Councilman. Woo, here comes grabbing the keys, locking the door.
Any meetings that include us?
Yes.
Okay, we are gonna go to council comments. Are there any members of the council that has anything that they would like to say? Okay,
To everybody out there, but of course it's being recorded as well. If there is anyone who is interested in assisting with elementary technical learning to seniors, please let Silver Key know. And I'd be happy to be the conduit for that. But we're looking for people. I just came from a meeting this morning and we've got a lot of elderly people who would love to sit down and say, how does my phone work? What's an iPad? It's very, very basic. Very, very, very. So if you know of anyone, please.
Ethernets, you should.
That was the word that I said this morning. You said in that meeting.
Ethernet should volunteer. I'll fulfill the council later on the Ethernets.
Yeah.
Any, Mr. Kemple?
Yep, just several things real quick. Number one, I want to thank staff for working through a lot of hard work over the past, especially over the past couple months, getting all this set up and ready. So please enjoy the holiday and the well-deserved time off. I would like to see on the agenda in the first meeting in January, a discussion with about the Northern Delivery System and a resolution. I would also like, once and for all, that the town of Monument defines the threshold capacity and facility type of all roads and monument in accordance with the Transportation Impact Study guidelines from El Paso County. So we know what the threshold capacity loads are for all the roads and what the terms are. And lastly, I would also recommend the staff to review the traffic study for the Maverick Station, the proposal dates to gain accuracy and detailed numbers. The dates up in the top right corner, as you scroll through that traffic study, you'll see that they were on days that school was out. It's not normally a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday review, and that affects business at the Y and other through traffic. So to get accurate numbers for us. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
could I ask for a clarification? So as your council, and I think I've mentioned this before, you act as a body. And so as we get requests from individual council members, we really need direction as to whether the body wants us to follow up on these requests. And so with all respect, Councilmember Kemple, just wanting to know is this a council request?
Would it be better suited to have it as a discussion item on a future agenda? So I don't have a problem with it being on a future agenda as a discussion item. If the council is in agreement with that, and these are separate items, so I would ask you to make sure that you've sent that to Mike to make sure that it gets on and it's in a place on the agenda where we're not overly packed and we give time for the staff to do what you're requesting.
Well, I would like to add to that as far as specifically the Monument Junction piece. Because if that's going back to the planning commission, I'd sure hate to play ping pong with that and it comes back and forth a couple times. So if that portion of it can get addressed before it goes to planning commission as to the dates and whatever else you asked about that. I think that would be appropriate. The road classifications and things like that, we can have as a discussion item.
Okay, so then if the council is in agreement, the direction to town staff is to provide what information and by what date?
So
the council can.
Just the Monument Junction stuff. What did you have on there again besides the traffic study as far as the dates go?
I don't think that the developer is going to get another traffic study done with the school closing here again on holiday in the next week, I believe. So, but I would like that addressed to ensure that the planning commission knows that those numbers are not accurate because of the dates. Or put that in the.
Define your definition of accurate, because I'd have to have our
They did a traffic study. They did a
engineer.
traffic study when D38 was on vacation.
Okay.
So you're not going to get the same numbers as during this 9 months of a school year. There is a lot of traffic on Jackson Creek going into the Y.
I can have our
supporting
traffic
events,
engineer
or
address that.
going to the high school and the buses.
Okay.
You know, so they did 2 days of their traffic study was done on when the school was out. So you're not going to get accurate numbers.
Okay. I'll have our traffic engineer address that with you at the next meeting.
Okay.
Because I'm not a traffic engineer.
All right.
The other question that I had was, I got direction from the council to take the resolution affirming participation in the Loop Water Authority to an indefinite date. And now I've got a request to have it on January 2nd.
Yeah, so that's for NDS, and in order for that to happen, you need 2 people. You need 2 council members or me to put that resolution forward, and it would have to be worked on between now and the end of the year. I don't agree with that. I still want to see something come from the Loop.
No.
Right. So if you can rustle up somebody else that wants to put a resolution to approve NDS.
Well, I just see that we're constantly talking about the Loop, but we're not talking about NDS.
No, I understand.
Equally.
I understand.
So I don't think that that's right either.
No, I don't disagree with you. I don't like the idea of kicking the can down, and the Loop needs to be told they need the numbers ASAP. And
they've been told
we have a discussion the second January meeting as a council and discuss a way ahead that we want to take as a council and provide maybe better direction to the staff of when do we want to make a decision.
I'm okay with that.
Is the second meeting of January give the staff and you enough time to set up a discussion about the NDS and renewable water system in general to give the council time to discuss and then say town manager,
do you want a work session prior to the council meeting? Because typically what they're gonna do is Jim's going to give you a presentation and then.
No, I don't want another presentation. I want a discussion with all of them, with all of the data that we've received up to this point, we the town writ large, and discuss it in open session as a council and say we have more questions or we have direction for the staff.
I would rather have some accurate information. When is a realistic time for the Loop, do you think? Springtime, you said?
I would say probably February or March. I really do.
Well, can you have a response back? Can you have a response back from the Loop via email is sufficient with a drop dead date from them that does not exceed the first quarter.
Yeah, definitely.
Because if they tell you they can't do it, then I think, to Ken's point, that we bring NDS forward as a resolution to see if the council is prepared to vote on it. And if the Loop Authority says they can, then we at least give them that ability to present the numbers to us. Because I don't feel that we should be making a decision without all the information. And but at the same time, we've given the Loop enough rope to hang themselves. And we keep giving them more.
At some point, as a town, we have to make a decision.
Nice.
Whether we have the information from everybody or not, we have to make a decision. Only because if we continue drilling wells, those wells have to be maintained in the future.
No, we don't have to drill
Well,
any more wells.
We can keep wells down.
You sure?
So I keep hearing this and I keep thinking, in my mind, I'm thinking, we got to make a decision now. We've drilled all the wells that we're going to drill this year. We've drilled all the wells we're going to drill in 2024. We're not going to drill any more wells in 2024. So making a decision in January of 2024 does what for us?
Well, the Northern Delivery System gave us numbers last March. In the presentation.
They gave us numbers, I think, in September.
I think it was
September.
It was September.
Yeah,
Was it
September.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if the number, unless the numbers are gonna change dramatically, then
But you're comparing, and I'm not picking horses. I'm saying you're comparing what they gave us.
what they gave us, and
To-
then they came back and says, oh no, we're not even close. So why did we get that? To me, I feel like, okay, this whole water thing has been going on from the previous council, kicking it down the road now to us. And now we're starting to do the same thing. That's all I'm driving at, is that at some point in time, Northern Delivery System team needs to present, or I'm sorry, Loop needs to present to us something.
So we give them a drop dead date
Yeah.
before the end of the quarter.
Yeah.
And,
see,
and,
I
and
agree with
if
that.
they don't,
Yeah,
if they
I
don't,
think that's fair.
I do too.
so,
March.
so you
Yeah.
will email the council what your response is from the other.
I got a meeting with them on Thursday.
Okay, perfect.
So
Any other council comments? All right, I've got just a couple. The first, I was at the Mayor's Summit last week at CML. There is a book called Bob's Rules that I'm going to send everybody. I don't know how long it's going to last for on your computers, but there are rules that we need to formally adopt. We have not adopted any rules on how we're going to conduct the meetings. I think we've done a pretty good job as a council, and this is not this Bob's Rules. This is no, it can't, artistic license and all that, but it's a friend of Bob's. It's named Bob.
It's actually the guy I hired to replace me at Centennial when I resigned.
Yeah, he's been there for many, many years. It is some dry reading, but the cool thing is it talks about how we conduct our business up here. To the town staff and to Bob, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Thank you for enduring what has been going on in the community and working through it with us. Very much appreciated. And based on Bob rules, I have the ability to say we're adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.
yes.
There's no more
Yes.
requirement to vote.